they're certainly looking to break today. Toronto, meanwhile, has won 2 in a row. They are 6-4 in their last 10. Coming up on the show today, we'll chat with Mike Monaco, and Mike will also sit down with the manager of the Boston Red Sox, Alex Cora. Plenty to talk about there. We'll bring you the starting lineups, the pitching matchup, the out-of-town scoreboard, and so much more. But first, let's take a look back at Game 1 of this series from last night, and preferably, let's do it somewhat quickly. After a 3-6 Western road trip that concluded with a sweep at the hands of the Los Angeles Angels, the Red Sox had an off day on Thursday, and they prepared to welcome the Blue Jays to Fenway Park. Brian Bayo towed the rubber for Boston, looking to build on a pretty strong June campaign. He had gone at least 6 innings in every start in June, a far cry from the 5 straight starts at the end of the month of May in which he did not even complete 5 innings. Bayo would run into some trouble, immediately surrendering singular runs in each of the first 3 innings on 7 hits and 2 walks. A lot of traffic for Bayo early on. RBI singles from George Springer, Bo Bichette, and Ernie Clement staked Toronto out to a 3-0 lead. Bayo did make it through 6 innings. Once again, he gave up 8 hits and 3 walks, as well as the 3 earned runs, striking out just 1 batter, which tied a season low. Unfortunately, the swing and miss stuff just hasn't been there for Bayo this season. He is currently in the 11th percentile in chase percentage, so getting players to swing outside of the zone, and in the 8th percentile in whiff percentage, according to Baseball Savant. So just not getting the swing and misses, not fooling a lot of hitters. And unfortunately, with the 1 strikeout, that was on display last night. Bayo's night was done entering the 7th inning, and unfortunately, that's when the game unraveled. Luis Guerrero entered the game for Boston and promptly gave up a double and a walk to begin the inning before Blue Jays catcher Alejandro Kirk extended the lead.
And now Guerrero readies, straightens up on the rubber. 3-2. Kirk swings and pulls it on a line in the left, and that'll get all the way to the wall. Barger races in from second and scores easily. Guerrero gets a stop sign at third. It's an RBI double for Alejandro Kirk to add to Toronto's lead, and it's now 4-0 in the 7th.
At that point, the momentum in the game was kind of hanging in the balance. You hoped that a strong outing from the Red Sox bullpen collectively could help the offense, as they have been a bit better in later innings. But that was not the case as Toronto pounced again. And because of that, that was the play of last night's game, brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer. With lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders, the possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Brendan Bernardino would enter the game later in the inning, and the Red Sox would choose to intentionally walk Ernie Clement to load the bases for Andres Jimenez, who Bernardino would promptly walk on 5 pitches, chasing in another run. The 8th inning was more of the same for Boston's bullpen. Toronto would send 9 hitters to the plate, scoring 4 additional runs on an RBI single from George Springer, a sacrifice fly from Miles Straw, and then a 2-run single for Jimenez, who finished the day with 3 RBIs. The highlight of the game at that point, for the Red Sox fans that were still around to see it, was the pitching performance of Nate Eaton, as the super utility player pitched a scoreless 9th inning. He does have an ERA of 0 in his 2 career MLB pitching appearances after last night. All in all, it was a lethargic effort for Boston's offense, just 4 hits and 1 extra base hit. It was a fun one to watch early on in the game. It was a ground rule double for Roman Anthony in the first inning. Just 3 at-bats last night with runners in scoring position for Boston, and they went 0-4-3 in those chances. 9-0 was your final last night. If you watched or you listened last night, and this is something we'll discuss with Mike Monaco coming up in just a couple of moments, it was clear from Jump Street that something was off with the Red Sox last night, and that is exactly what Jarren Duran spoke to after the game yesterday.
I just feel like I feel like we're putting a lot of pressure on ourselves to score a bunch of runs every single day, and when we're at our best, we're just stringing the bats together, passing the baton, and right now I feel like we're looking for that one big hit, like a homer or something, but I don't know. I mean, I can speak for myself that I feel like I know that I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself like I do every night, but I could just feel, it feels a little tense right now, but I mean, that's just part of it, we're grinding right now, and I feel like that's just part of it.
How you break that tension, it's not really something that you can say. It's really only something that you can do with big hits, with consistently scoring runs, and that was something that Duran alluded to in his post-game press conference availability. It is clear that something has to change for the Red Sox in these 15 games before the All-Star break. Over the last 2 weeks, the Red Sox are averaging 2.8 runs scored per game and a 192 collective batting average. That just isn't going to get it done in what is once again a crowded picture in the AL wildcard. Meanwhile, after a May in which the Red Sox bullpen had the 6th best ERA and the 2nd most innings, June has not been quite as kind. Since June 6th, when Boston opened up their series in the Bronx against the Yankees, their bullpen innings total only ranks 26th. So they're getting a lot of quality starts from their starters, but the ERA ranks 20th. So the performance for a bullpen that was very heavily taxed in the month of May, unfortunately, is kind of going down the other side of the mountain here in the month of June. Well, with all of that now behind us, that brings us to today. And today's pitching matchup is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Toronto Blue Jays, they will start their 36-year-old right-hander out of Toledo, Ohio, Chris Bassett. In 16 games, all starts for Bassett. He's been tremendous for them. 7-3 record, a 3.61 ERA, 90 strikeouts, and 92 1/3 innings this season. He has been tremendously consistent, not only this year, but in his entire 11 MLB season career. Of those, he's at an ERA in the 3s in 8 of those seasons. He's also made at least 30 starts in 3 straight seasons between Toronto and the New York Mets. Against the Red Sox in his career, 8 games, a 2-2 record, but a 2.31 ERA. So he has had the Red Sox collective number in his career. He will start against fellow right-hander, 30-year-old right-hander out of Santa Monica, California, Lucas Giolito. 10 games, all starts for Giolito this season. A 3-1 record, a 4.53 ERA. That's 46 strikeouts and 51 2/3 innings of work this season for Boston. Giolito has followed in Brian Bayo's footsteps when it comes to quality starts and more innings for the Red Sox. He's gone exactly 6 innings. In each of his last 3 starts, a combined 10 hits and just 2 earned runs with 19 total strikeouts, including 10 2 starts ago against Seattle. His monthly ERAs have been remarkably consistent. 4.50 in the month of April. That was just 1 start, but, bear with me. 4.85 in the month of May, and then 4.12 so far in the month of June. So could even possibly get that down at 4 or even slightly below 4 with a very, very good outing to end his month of June. 9 games in his career against Toronto. Hasn't been quite as good as Bassett has been against the Red Sox. 2-3 record and a 5.29 ERA for Lucas Giolito. That is your pitching matchup. Giolito will be throwing today's first pitch at 4:10 p.m. And first pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. Time now for today's starting lineups, brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. For the visiting Toronto Blue Jays, they lead off with Bo Bichette. He is at shortstop. Addison Barger is at third base hitting second, with Vlad Guerrero Jr., your DH, hitting third. Alejandro Kirk is the catcher in the cleanup spot, with George Springer out in left field. He is hitting fifth. Nathan Lukes out in right field hitting sixth, with Ernie Clement over at first base hitting seventh. Andres Jimenez is at second base hitting eighth, and then Miles Straw is in center field, and he is batting ninth. For the Red Sox, they lead off with Jarren Duran. He is in left field. Roman Anthony is your DH this afternoon. He is hitting second, with Abraham Toro at third base, also hitting third. Carlos Narvaez back in the lineup. He is catching in the cleanup spot, with Willie Abreu out in right field hitting fifth. Trevor Story at shortstop hitting sixth, with Romy Gonzalez at first base hitting seventh. Nick Sogard is at second base this afternoon hitting eighth, and then Cedon Rafaela out in center field, and he is batting ninth. Some quick roster notes for you before we move on. Left-handed pitcher Chris Murphy has been reinstated from the injured list. He is wearing number 72 for the Red Sox. Luis Guerrero, meanwhile, goes onto the injured list with an elbow strain. Justin Slayton has been transferred over to the 60-day injured list. Some good news, though, is Slayton did play catch yesterday for the first time since getting injured. He confirmed earlier today, said he is feeling better, but no scheduled bullpen session yet. So just playing catch for Justin Slayton as he looks to return from another arm injury. Toronto made a roster move earlier today as well. Infielder Will Wagner has been recalled from AAA Buffalo, while outfielder Alan Roden has been optioned back down. Don't forget, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. In 15 minutes, Mike Monaco sits down with Alex Cora, brought to you by your New England area Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. But coming up next, we'll go live to the booth at Fenway Park and talk to Mike himself. I'm Dan Ball. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Lowe's sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Next Level pet people give their dogs next-level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Dan Ball. Thanks for joining us. Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays playing Game 2 of their series this afternoon. Lucas Giolito to start for the Red Sox opposite the Blue Jays' Chris Bassett. Now we send it out to the booth at Fenway Park, where we're joined by the voice of the Red Sox this weekend, Mike Monaco. Mike, great to catch up with you. How are you doing?
Dan, you as well. Nice to chat with you. I'm doing well. We had some drizzling rain here earlier, but everything looks like a go, so that's always encouraging, and chance for the Red Sox to bounce back, try to even up this series.
Yes, certainly the case. We're looking for a bounce back here this afternoon as the Red Sox potentially do have to dodge those raindrops. We just played a clip from Jarren Duran during his post-game availability, Mike, talking about how tense the team has been feeling recently. It certainly looked like that from a viewer's perspective, but you came back to the booth after a little while away. What are some of the descriptors you would use to describe what you saw last night?
Yeah, man, it's tough. I think, like it'd be hard not to feel it as a player and know that the offense is struggling, or in an individual's case like Jarren's, to know that you're going through a tough stretch at the plate. I think that the tricky part is, like, do you apply that pressure to yourself or not? And do you try to let yourself feel it, like Jarren has talked about and has been open about? Like he tries to channel that and feel it and bear down even more. Alex Cora kind of independently last night post-game had not heard those comments yet, and said that, we don't really want that. Like, don't press too hard, kind of the opposite. And then he saw the comments from Jarren this morning, and I think he wanted to reiterate to Jarren Duran, like, hey, we don't need to feel that way. Doesn't mean there's not urgency with the offense, but I think the manager's view is that it doesn't do good to press in that way. But yeah, certainly the offense is struggling. I mean, you could go through the numbers kind of in any number of ways, but post-trade of Rafael Devers, the offense is scuffling here, and go up against another really good veteran arm, so it's a tall task to try to break through on that.
And I appreciate everything that Alex Cora is saying. He's very much preaching to the choir when he talks about, hey, don't feel the pressure. I know how often he talks about trying to shield his players from the noise, but when you're going through a stretch like this, as much as Alex Cora can say or do, I just feel like that tension kind of comes naturally when the bats aren't working like this.
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, yeah, it's hard not to feel tension around this team. I mean, you're in a 6-game losing streak, and again, individually, like a guy like Jarren Duran, he's going to feel that. And look, the players know, like 3-7 without Rafi, 28 runs in those 10 games without Rafael Devers, and yeah, like you said, we heard the comments from Jarren Duran. It is tense with the team. And Alex Cora pointed this out, too, that even when they were winning games, when they had won 8 out of 9, it wasn't like they were putting up, 10 runs in every game. You look back the last 20 days, they've won one game where they scored more than 4 runs. That was last Friday in San Francisco, the 7-5 win. So to have a win, and to have a win where the offense kind of erupts, basically hasn't happened in 3 weeks, or the better part of 3 weeks. So, yeah, I think they definitely feel that for sure.
We're talking with Mike Monaco here pregame between the Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays. One thing that has been a positive in recent weeks, the starting rotation is giving the Red Sox innings. They're at least giving them a chance to win, and Cora said as much to Brian Bayo, told him to look out at the scoreboard and see, hey, you gave us a chance here this evening. So between what you saw in months past working with this group, Mike, and what you're seeing more recently, does anything look different about the way the Red Sox starters are going about their outings?
I think a continual willingness to work and to tinker and to change. Like, again, with Bayo, we talked about it going into the start for him yesterday, and then it kind of played out over the course of the start, too, where he didn't have great stuff, but he gives you 6. And that's just something that wasn't happening, of course, earlier in the year when all the talk was about, hey, can he get through 5? I think he's made great adjustments. I mean, obviously, kind of reinstituting the cutter has been a big part of it, trying to find better command, really with all his pitches, but with the fastball in particular, and the fastball was kind of all he had going yesterday, whether it was sinker or four-seamer. He didn't seem to have a feel for the slider, but he found a way through. And then with Lucas Giolito tonight, like, he's talked so much about how in these last 3 starts, things have changed for him mechanically and how that has helped the fastball. So I would say guys who are willing to continue to tweak and working with the pitching coaches, working with the likes of Andrew Bailey and, utilizing those side sessions and those times in the bullpen to figure out what can change. So I think that's comforting just to see guys who are, open and willing to change and changes that are working too, not just changes for change's sake and kind of keep searching for something. But yeah, there's really some positive stuff with the pitching staff.
Mike, I feel like you hit on something very interesting with this group as well. Despite the struggles and the statistical anomalies that we see from the offense and the fact that the record isn't where it wants to be, at least from my perspective as an outsider, this group really does care. And boy, do they want it and seem to be willing to work for it. And that's got to be a very frustrating thing for this group, knowing that they're willing to put in the work and the results just haven't necessarily come their way.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And look, like there's been a lot of turnover on the roster too. I mean, Cutter Crawford was expected to be a part of this. Tanner Houck was, this time last year, like, he's getting ready for the All-Star game, effectively. So there's been a lot that's swirled in that way as well, not just the Raffy trade, of course. So, yeah, I think there's frustration, but, yeah, it does strike me as a group with a lot of good characters in that clubhouse and guys who are going to continue searching for it. And, yeah, 3 games out of a playoff spot, like, that's the bottom line with this team, and you got to snap the losing streak today.
All right, Mike, let's end on a positive note. I've really enjoyed watching Roman Anthony's at-bats as a major leaguer. For the age and the experience, the maturity for me really jumps out in the way that he's able to work a count. And boy, oh boy, did he hit the snot out of that ball for his double in the first inning. So what's jumped out to you eye test-wise in your early time seeing him as a major leaguer?
Yeah, it was really exciting for me yesterday to get the experience of just watching him, Dan, in person. Like, I hadn't seen him in person, I guess, outside of spring training in years past. With his first time being up, and I hadn't been around the Red Sox in the last month or so. So seeing him was fun, and I'm with you. Like, I thought there were great takes, and yeah, that is not what you want to hear after a Friday night at Fenway, that your guy in the middle of the lineup had great takes. But, like, there were good at-bats from Roman Anthony, who was spitting on a changeup away, spitting on a changeup down. Yeah, it's 1 for 4 in the box score, but it was a ringing double, like you said. Kind of wondered if it might be his first Fenway home run off the bat, but a laser into right nonetheless. And I just thought he gave good at-bats. And, we're going to hear from Alex Cora coming up, but Alex Cora thinks the same. And, yeah, results matter, and that's important, but just seeing it with my own eyes, like, looks every bit the part of what you would expect and what everyone was expecting hope-wise and hype-wise with Roman Anthony. So there's definitely a lot to like.
He is Mike Monaco. He and Lenny DiNardo will have the call this afternoon. Red Sox and the Blue Jays. Red Sox looking to pick up a win and force a rubber game tomorrow afternoon. Mike, it's been a pleasure to catch up. Have a wonderful call. Hopefully it stays dry for you guys out there at Fenway, and we'll talk to you again down the line.
All right, Dan. Sounds great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mike. That is Mike Monaco joining us here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Always great to catch up with him as he jumps back in for our guy, Will Fleming, every now and again. Always great to hear him call a game. Up next, Mike will sit down with Alex Cora, presented by your New England Ford dealers. I'm Dan Ball. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
This one's for all my whole body Deo users. Here's a new fresh take on a classic from Dove.
All my ladies try this Deo real quick. Let your body how you see fit.
My neck, my back, my legs and pits, all that. My neck.
Dove Whole Body Deo. 72-hour odor control and skincare for your neck, your back, and everywhere else. Available in spray, sticks, and creams at your local retailer.
All my ladies roll your Deo like this.
Lowe's sabe que el 4 de julio se festeja mejor con ahorros buenísimos. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra 10% adicional al comprar 2 o más electrodomésticos selectos. Y llévate 3 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Estas ofertas están calientes. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 7/9. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Excluye Alaska y Hawái.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, a foxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
Yes! I love this game!
iXL is actually a learning app that helps them excel in math, science, language arts, even social studies. But it's so fun, my kiddo calls it a game.
Yes! I'm crushing it!
Yeah, you are. He loves the awards and motivating feedback on iXL. It's one of his favorite things to do after school. He loves the challenge. I love the results.
Yes!
iXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com. Mazda? Once you discover the Mazda CX-90, Mazda? It doesn't take long to get it. With 3-row seating and safety features like radar cruise control and rear cross traffic alert to carry you and your peace of mind. It will have you saying, Mazda. The Mazda CX-90. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Dan Ball. Thanks so much for joining us. Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays playing Game 2 of their series this afternoon out at Fenway Park. Lucas Giolito to start for the Red Sox opposite the Blue Jays, Chris Bassett. And before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Here's Alex Cora sitting down with our own Mike Monaco.
First pitch on the way at 4:10. Alex Cora joins us now. Alex, last night, Brian Bayo ends up getting through 6 innings. 30 pitches in the first, 52 through 2. What'd you see from him, and how do you assess his ability to still give you a quality start?
Yeah, I mean, he's growing, and that's what the good ones do, right? On a bad night, the norm should be a quality start. And I don't know how he did it, to be honest with you, but he was efficient later on. He made some pitches when he needed to. We have to be better at putting guys away. I think that's the next step. I ran into a stat today, 0-2 counts. I think the batting average is like 350, and the on base is like 5-something. So that's not acceptable. So that's the next step, kind of like get ahead, stay ahead, bury the guys, and hopefully you can do it in less than 3 pitches. And, if he can do that, he'll be a really, really good pitcher.
It's exactly what I was going to ask you about. With 0-2 counts and the numbers against him, what are you seeing with him in terms of his put-away stuff?
Yeah, I think sometimes we get caught up on trying to expand too much, and then from 0-2 it gets to 1-2. Obviously, Kirk yesterday put a great at bat, but I think you can bury guys in those 0-2 counts, and we'll talk to him. Bales is always on top of it, and hopefully in the next one he can do a better job.
Flip side of that, the offense, you talked about it post-game last night. What did you see from them last night against Jose Barrios, but overall just the last few weeks offensively?
Yeah, I think, honestly, it's kind of like the last 3 weeks have been tough, pitching-wise. You got Tampa, you got New York twice, Seattle, San Fran, Kikuchi, Barrios, Bassett, And we went through a stretch like this early in the season. It's part of it. The one thing, and I'm glad I said it yesterday, and then I reaffirm it now after what I read this morning. We have to slow it down. We don't need guys to be heroes. We don't need guys to carry the offense. We need guys to do your part. And if you do that, then it's going to flow. We've been inconsistent as far as like the quality of the at-bats. We got some good ones, some okay ones, others that are not great. So if we're consistent as far as the approach and putting the quality at-bat, the results will come.
The idea of pressing and just feeling pressure offensively, how do you convey those messages? It's a long season, you're halfway through, but when you see something from a guy like Jarren Duran, is that a message you share with him, or you just know that he'll come around and that's the way he operates?
No. We'll talk about it because at the end of the day, he's our leadoff guy, or he hits in the top of the lineup, and it's a guy that we need him to do his part. Just put a quality at bat, and you get on, put pressure on the opposition. But when you start chasing hits or chasing results, it doesn't happen. And I ran into that quote this morning. I was like, okay, we got some work to do, but it's not the first time. We talked about it actually early in the season before we went to Detroit. He felt like he was putting pressure on himself as far as like producing. We had a few talks, and he had a good stretch there. So we'll talk, and we'll try to slow it down, and hopefully everybody here too can help us out, and we go from there.
Watching Roman Anthony last night, it's 1 for 4. He had the double early on in the game. But it felt like there were a lot of really good takes, some really good at-bats. Where do you think he's at his first few weeks offensively?
He's been good. Results are not there, but the quality of the at-bat, the approach is a good one. I felt tempted to I'm tempting, to put him in the leadoff spot. We'll see how that works. But I think hitting second makes sense for us, kind of like the Jaron Rafi dynamic, right? Putting your one of 2 best hitters up there and put pressure on them. And if they have to make a move and bring a lefty, so be it, But we're very pleased. The thing that is eye-opening is for a kid that is 21, with all the hoopla and everything, he's very consistent about his work and the way he acts in the dugout, and that's good. And hopefully that can rub off some of the guys that we have around him.
Speaking of learning of the people on your team, you said yesterday about Lucas Giolito. You're still learning about him. What are you learning about Lucas Giolito on your roster?
There's days that it's going to look horrible and he's going to give you 7. He will grind, he will compete, which is awesome. I think he's progressing well as far as his repertoire, the command of his fastball, velocity. He's been on and off, but he's been solid, and we expect him to go out there today and give us a chance to win.
Yeah, what are you seeing with the fastball? Because he talked about these last 3 starts, mechanical adjustments that have really helped that pitch, using it at the top of the zone in particular.
Yeah, the vertical. I think when he gets it on top of the zone, it helps him a lot. Obviously, the separation between the fastball and the changeup. He got that little slider cutter that he's throwing. It's a good one, but at the end of the day, the fastball is what dictates his outings, and hopefully he has a good one tonight.
Lastly, a welcome sight here on the field pregame here at Fenway Park with Masataka Yoshida, Alex Bregman both running, getting in some work. What can you tell us about what they did today and what the plan is for them moving forward?
Yeah, Masa will go on a rehab assignment on Tuesday. He'll be in Worcester. We haven't mapped out the plan, how he's going to work as far as the outfield play and DH, but he'll do that with Alex. We're far away, but not that far away. 2 grounders. He's going to hit with the boys today, and he ran, so he's in a much better spot than what he was with Houston at this point during the injury. We'll reassess everything on week 6, which is next week, and then we'll go from there.
Alex, thank you. Good luck today.
Thank you, bro.
The classic, and Zach Coe said this in my ear, producer for today's game, the classic far away, but not that far away for Alex Bregman. We saw the conversation that he may not be back until after the All-Star break. He is going through his running progressions and starting to swing the bat, which is certainly exciting. But again, you got 15 games, essentially 2 weeks or the better part of 2 weeks up until the All-Star break. So a lot of progress to be made for Bregman to come back before then. Maybe there's a minor league rehab assignment. So many things to wonder about with him, and he is such a key part of what this team wanted to do, and his return puts so much pressure and anticipation on that week to week and a half stretch between the end of the All-Star break and the trade deadline. If you don't play winning baseball during that stretch of time this season, then some interesting conversations to be had. A lot to unpack there as well, with Roman Anthony potentially being a leadoff hitter in the future, but not enough time for that here on this Mass Mutual pregame show. Don't forget, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. Brought to you by Subaru. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Plenty more still to come here on the Mass Mutual pregame show, including the out-of-town scoreboard, a look at the starting lineups, and so much more. I'm Dan Ball. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Lowe sabe que el 4 de julio se festeja mejor con ahorros buenísimos. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra 10% adicional al comprar 2 o más electrodomésticos selectos. Y llévate 3 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Estas ofertas están calientes. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos. Tú ahorras. Válido hasta 7/9. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Excluye Alaska y Hawái.
Next Level pet people give their dogs next-level protection from parasites with NexGuard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGuard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGuard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Craving a fruity drink without the sugar? Try Tampico Zero Sugar, now in 4 delicious flavors: citrus punch, mango, pineapple coconut, and strawberry lemonade. Bold flavor, zero compromise. Try Tampico Zero Sugar today.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing zero sugar cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
4th of July deals are on at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances, including the Samsung Bespoke French Door Refrigerator featuring beverage center and dual ice maker. Plus, when you buy more, you save more. Now's the perfect time to upgrade your home with top Samsung appliances and hot 4th of July savings at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel or that white chocolate mocha. Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. iExcel works for busy kids and busy families like you. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Dan Ball. Thanks for being with us here this afternoon. Red Sox and the Blue Jays game 2 of their series. Lucas Giolito against Chris Bassett on the mound. And it is time for a Subaru of New England scoreboard update. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. 2 games already underway. The Athletics having a day down in the Bronx. They're beating up on the New York Yankees 7-0 right now in the top half of the 9th inning. Home runs today from Brent Rooker and Nick Kurtz as well, the last of which being a 3-run home run. So Athletics in control, as are the Detroit Tigers, top half of the 9th inning in Detroit. They are leading the Minnesota Twins by a score of 10-5. Detroit was the first team in the American League to reach 50 wins. They are sitting at 51 right now, looking for win number 52 if they can lock this one up. Plenty of great games coming up in the 4 o'clock window. Go through those in just a moment as the New York Mets take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. 4:05 start there. The Mets 48-35, a great start to their season. Paul Blackburn 0-2, 6.62 ERA. He has not been a part of that great start so far. West Coast matchup as the Seattle Mariners take on the Texas Rangers. You got an AL East matchup as the Tampa Bay Rays are visiting the Baltimore Orioles. Rays still 46-36, and their result has a lot to do with Toronto's result. Both teams watching each other here as we go through the late part of the month of June. Out west, Miami Marlins on the road taking on the 41-40 Arizona Diamondbacks. Then you've got San Diego, 44-37, taking on the 43-39, surprisingly good and in the race, Cincinnati Reds, 4:10 first pitch in that one. Colorado, who will be at Fenway to take on the Red Sox as we get closer to the All-Star break, taking on the 46-36 Milwaukee Brewers. Former Red Sox farmhand Quinn Priester on the mound for Milwaukee, 5-2, 3.68 ERA for Priester so far this season. A couple more games in the 4 o'clock window. Los Angeles, the Dodgers, they are at the Kansas City Royals. Shohei Ohtani against Seth Lugo on the mound. That is a great pitching matchup in that one. St. Louis against Cleveland. That game at 4:10, followed by San Francisco against the Chicago White Sox. And then, of course, our game at 4:10, Toronto and Boston, with 3 games coming up in the later window. That is a look at our out-of-town scoreboard. Time for today's starting lineups. Once more, that is brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. For the visiting Blue Jays, Bo Bichette will lead off at short. Then it's Addison Barger at third. He's batting second. Vlad Guerrero Jr. hitting third, your designated hitter. It is Alejandro Kirk catching in the cleanup spot with George Springer in left field hitting fifth. Nathan Lukes out in right field hitting sixth, with Ernie Clement at first base hitting seventh. Andres Jimenez is at second base hitting eighth, and Miles Straw is in center field, and he is batting ninth. For the homestanding Boston Red Sox, they lead off with Jaron Duran in left, and it's Roman Anthony, your designated hitter, hitting second. Abraham Toro at third, batting third, with Carlos Narvaez, your catcher, back in the cleanup spot. Wilyer Abreu out in right field. He is hitting fifth. Remember that name in just a couple of moments. With Trevor Story at shortstop hitting sixth. Romy Gonzalez is at first base hitting seventh. Nick Sogard at second base hitting eighth. And Cedon Rafaela in center field, and he is batting ninth. Your pitching matchup, once more, Lucas Giolito, 3-1 record for the Red Sox up against Chris Bassett for the Jays. He is 7-3. Every game we have the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen for that during the broadcast today. Make sure you follow along at Sox Booth on X, as well as at WEEI Sox booth on Instagram. Your question for today: since 2010, what has been the best Red Sox trade deadline deal? You've got 4 to choose from, and I won't give any more specifics other than one is in 2014, 2 are in 2018. What a great year that was. And then another one was in 2021. So again, make sure you follow along on social media during the course of the broadcast. Mike and Lenny will break that one down throughout. And finally, here is today's lock of the game, presented by Interlock Roofing. Never re-roof again. New England Metal Roofing.com. This is always a fun one, and I always try to pick a Red Sox lock, and after a 9-0 loss, it's a little harder to do so. But I always like to look at the matchups. Who is hitting against the opposing starting pitcher well? And today, the answer to that question is your right fielder, Wilyer Abreu. 333 average and an 846 OPS against Chris Bassett in his career. And that's not, 2 or 3 at-bats. That's a more significant sample size. There's a couple of RBIs. His total bases over-under number for today is set at 1.5. And if you're not familiar, total bases, single, double, triple, and home run. You get a single, 1 base, double, 2 bases. You can go with me from there. So over 1.5 total bases. You can get that plus money some places. I found it at plus 130. I am taking the over on Wilyer's total bases total for today's lock of the game. He's been looking good. He's become a bit of a platoon player, playing much more against righties than lefties, trying to make sure that Roman Anthony gets in the lineup in the outfield every now and again. But he's got 7 hits over his last 7 games, a few multi-hit games back in the series against San Francisco. So I like Wilyer swinging the bat well today. I am taking him and his over 1.5 total bases as my lock of the game today. Hopefully that will lead to a bit of a jump start for the offense and a good game for the Boston Red Sox here on this Saturday as they look to force a rubber game, something they are very, very comfortable forcing on Sunday afternoon at Fenway Park. But you've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Coming up next, Mike Monaco and Lenny DiNardo have the call of Game 2 between the Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays from Fenway Park in Boston, right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sometimes when life brings you change, you also have to change your health coverage. Like when you're having a baby, or getting married, or turning 26 and aging off your parents' plan, or even when you're no longer covered by insurance you had through your job. At HealthSource RI, we can help you change coverage to keep up with these life changes and others. Learn about all the life events and changes that may qualify you for health coverage at healthsourceri.com.
Lowe's sabe cómo darle chispa a tu 4 de julio con grandes ahorros. Compra una pintura para interiores selecta de una sola capa y lleva otra gratis con una tarjeta de reembolso Visa. Además, obtén 2 plantas anuales rojas, blancas y azules selectas de 2 o 2.5 cuartos por solo $10. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 7/9. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Excluye Alaska y Hawái. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/rebates.
Next level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGuard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGuard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGuard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Here at the Zebra, research shows people would rather teach their kids to drive than search for auto and home insurance.
I know what I'm doing, Mom.
Or attend a corporate team building workshop.
Team, feel that synergy.
Or be regaled by Uncle Frank listening to us right now. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving.
Shh, they're here.
Lowe's knows how to help you save. This July 4th, get up to 40% off select Maytag laundry appliances. Plus, get an additional 10% off when you buy 2 or 3 select major appliances. And when you buy 4 or more, you'll save an additional 20%. Find the right appliances and features that fit your home's unique needs and style. Shop Maytag 4th of July deals at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. And the Red Sox win. Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella, here for good.
Fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike three, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Trey Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Mike Monaco and Lenny DiNardo.
On a Saturday afternoon, we welcome you to Fenway Park. Game 2 on the way, the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. And time now for today's national anthems. With the Blue Jays in town, the Canadian national anthem to begin.
Voice ensemble based in the Boston area. Please welcome in Coro Novo.
Oh, Canada, our home. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true Lord strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. The deeper land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed. And the rockets and their bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Today's anthem's brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one. And with that, we say again, welcome to Fenway Park on this Saturday afternoon for Game 2 of this weekend series between the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. The Red Sox trying to bounce back after a 9-0 loss yesterday at the hands of Jose Barrios and Toronto, who got a run in each of the first 3 innings off Brian Bayo, and then from there, added on late and enough to shut out the Red Sox offense. With Lenny DiNardo, Mike Monaco with you. Will Fleming is off this weekend, and Lenny, the Red Sox trying to bounce back. It was tough sledding for the offense. It has been in the 10 games without Rafael Devers, and they're going up against another good arm today in Chris Bassett.
Yeah, Barrios was tough yesterday. Bassett's going to be a lot of the same. He's one of those guys that will throw the kitchen sink after you, and he's been really good. Since 2023, he's won 33 games. That trails only 4 other pitches in the big leagues. So that tells you a little bit what he does. He goes out and gives his team a chance to win. He takes control and has a ton of conviction. He tries to get ahead early in counts and then get you out with that movement. He will go up inside the zone. Doesn't have a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, but he has a ton of movement, goes right after these guys. So, again, you got to go out there and try to get a fastball early, and don't try to hit the ball over the fence. Get away from that mentality. We're looking for a line drive approach right here, gap to gap.
I was just going to say, aside from Bassett removing that and focusing on the Red Sox offense, what do you want to see from these hitters as a whole, and what can they do to have some more success and bust out of this slide they're in?
I want to see just a little bit of a change in identity. You know, the past few seasons, during the offseason, we've all said, okay, they need some pitching, but they're going to go hit. We've heard that continually. This team's going to hit. But listen, this is a different team right now. Bregman's out. He's injured. Rafael Devers is no longer here. You're relying on some youngsters to go out there and get it done. They do have speed on the base paths, but you got to get them on the base paths first in order to go out and get it done. So, again, get away from getting the ball in the air. Try to gap approach. If you get a guy on second base, move him over. Don't be afraid to bunt. You've got guys like Eaton and Duran and Hamilton and Stories. Those guys can run, but you got to get them on the base pass. If it takes a bunt, do it. I'm tired of the approach of just hitting the ball over the fence. Is not going to happen with this lineup. So, again, change the approach. Go out there and try to just put the ball in play, and good things will happen.
And on the flip side of things, Lenny, we all get to watch another start for Lucas Giolito. And his last three in particular have been very good. And Lucas has talked about mechanical adjustments that he's made and how that has helped his fastball in particular. Well, what have you seen from Giolito recently, especially in these last three?
I really feel like he's found his rhythm. You're talking 18 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, only 2 earned runs in that time span. The fastball, when you talk about mechanics, the velocity's up. Staying behind the ball, creating a little bit more downward tilt's going to help that. His first few outings, he was really north-south, using that four-seam fastball up in the zone, the changeup down, but he's added that slider into the mix. He's throwing it more frequently. A changeup goes arm side. So if you're a hitter, you're looking either fastball straight at the top of the zone or arm side changeup. Now he's got that slider that moves glove side, keeps everybody honest on that changeup, which is arguably his best pitch. When he's controlling that and getting ahead, he's a very, very tough customer. So I want to see a little bit more of that for this 4th start in a row.
It feels like for the changeup to be good, it always helps when the fastball's even better. And so can that be the case again for Lucas Giolito? Well, it's time for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. And let's meet today's players. And first, for the Blue Jays, who grabbed the win in the opener yesterday, like we said, here's the group for John Schneider. Bo Bichette leads off at short. Addison Barger bats second and third. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. bats third and DHs. Alejandro Kirk has been so valuable for Toronto this year. He's the cleanup man and the catcher. George Springer makes the rare start in left field today and bats fifth. Nathan Lucas roams in right and bats sixth, with Ernie Clement at first base batting seventh after a big night in the opener. Andres Jimenez, the multi-time Gold Glove Award winner, bats eighth and plays second, and Miles Straw starts in center and bats ninth, with Chris Bassett on the bump, and the veteran will face this group for Alex Cora and the Red Sox. Jarren Duran's trying to get going. He leads off in left. Roman Anthony bats second and again DHs. Abraham Toro's the 3-hitter and starts at third. Carlos Narvaez is back in there and does the catching and is in the cleanup spot. Willie Abreu roams in right. He bats fifth. Trevor Story's the shortstop in the sixth spot. Romy Gonzalez bats seventh and plays first, with switch-hitting Nick Sogard just up this weekend, batting eighth and playing second. And Ceddanne Rafaela is in center field and batting ninth. For the Red Sox, who will trot out Lucas Giolito in this one. And we talked about the fastball. Lenny told you there's more tilt. We'll get into that as we go, but it has helped the velocity. And today's Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. And as Giolito runs out of the Red Sox first base dugout, the fastball velo for the season has been 93-94, a pitch he's been throwing just about 50% of the time. And Giolito is just about set to work today. Red Sox are in the yellow uniforms for this one. The City Connects, where they've had so much success in those through the years. Of course, they had the Fenway greens yesterday, but these yellow alternates for the Red Sox, all-time 38-17 when wearing them, including 23-13 since the start of the 2023 season. So hopefully some more help in that regard for the Red Sox here today. Let's get to the Baldwin Group defensive alignment, and we look at who's protecting today's starter, brought to you by the Baldwin Group. Insurance, employee benefits, and wealth management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Red Sox warming up in the outfield right now. Jarren Duran in left, throwing with Ceddanne Rafaela in center. Willie Abreu starts in right. Around the diamond on the infield, Abraham Toro's at third. Trevor Story at short. Nick Sogard at second. And Romy Gonzalez at first, with Carlos Narvaez doing the catching. All right, Lenny, so after the way yesterday went, Brian Bayo did get you through 6, but from the start, from that first inning, Toronto went to work offensively, forced Bayo into 30 pitches. So what do you want to see from Giolito just right out of the gates here in the top of the first?
Yeah, well, if you take a page out of Bayo's book, I feel like last night he had a hard time putting guys away. He got ahead pretty frequently, was able to get to 0-2, but there was some key at-bats in that game where for Kirk was another one where he was 0-2 into 3-2, ended up extending the inning. So if you're Giolito, try to get ahead, stay ahead, but you want that put-away pitch right away. away. Don't let these guys get those 6, 7, 8, 9 pitch at-bats. Try to have that conveyor belt mentality where it's 4 pitches in and out, pitch to contact. Anytime a pitcher pitches to contact, he'll get his strikeouts, but you're going to end up getting deeper into games. You're not going to have those sweaty innings where you're out there too long like Bayo did in the first inning. 30 pitches is way too much. He could have gone at least 7 or 8 innings if it went for that 1 inning.
We want the Lenny DiNardo. We want 8 innings, 85 pitches. That's just smooth sailing, right?
I did it one time. And it's named after me. I love it.
Well, here we go. Lucas Giolito has finished his warm-up tosses, has that tattooed bare left arm showing underneath the yellow jersey with the 54 on the back for Giolito. Blue Jays in the road grays. The royal blue outlining Toronto on the chest of Bo Bichette, who climbs into the right-hand box with the hulking Giolito into the windup, and the big righty's first pitch is swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. 0-1, and away we go.
It's a way to get ahead right there. We talk about his fastball 93. It's not overpowering, but if you can locate it like that inside, especially against a guy like Bichette, you can be effective.
First pitch comes in at 4:11 with first pitch temperature at 73 degrees. The 0-1 is swung on in line foul down the third base line again, and it's 0-2. Time and temperature is sponsored by Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
Yeah, here we go. 0-2. You ask and you shall receive. You know, and it's not a waste pitch. That's something that's used quite often. It's not a waste. You have to change eye levels, change location to set up the next pitch. Let's see if he can do that right here.
A big issue for Brian Bayo when he got 0-2 yesterday. Giolito's 0-2. Bichette swings and he pokes one in the air to center and shallow. Cedano Rafael coasts in. He makes a two-hand catch. And there you go on an 0-2, a fly out to center, and there's one away to start.
It's a great example of a perfect 0-2 pitch. It was a curveball down below the zone and off the plate away. It's a pitch where he induced a swing because it looked good until it wasn't. Got him out his front foot, soft contact. Couldn't have played it any perfect right there.
It's just perfect to start for Lucas Giolito, who now faces the left-hand hitting third baseman Addison Barger. First pitch misses up and away, ball 1. Yeah, we asked Alex Cora about it pregame with Brian Bayo because Alex Cora brought it up unprompted that 0-2, he was looking at the numbers of Brian Bayo this morning and noted what you're talking about, the struggles. 1-0 to Barger is in for a strike with the changeup center cut, and it's 1-1.
Another important, like we're looking at right now, 1-1. The difference between batting averages in 1-2 and 2-1 are drastic, so you got to be able to throw a good quality pitch to get a strike right here.
Giolito winds and unfurls with his 1-1. Yanked it inside, so it is 2-1 to Barger. Came up from AAA Buffalo in the middle of April. They were kind of picking and choosing their spots with Barger, but he's been great. OPS right around 800. Giolito's 2-1. Swinging a foul back to the screen, and it's 2-2 on a heater at 94. So again, we asked Alex Cora about the 0-2 from Bayo, and he said, just don't expand too much. Like, be around the strike zone. The misses have to at least be appetizing enough to get some chase.
Yeah, Bayo didn't have a sweeper last night, basically. It was a ball out of his hand. They weren't biting.
2-2 is strike 3 called with a slider that dots the bottom of the zone from Lucas Giolito, and it's 2-2 down to start here in the first.
Yeah, that's when he's at his best right there. That was perfectly located. Outer third away. It started off the plate, came back at 86 miles an hour. Couldn't have thrown it any lower without it being a ball. Great location.
Game's first strikeout is brought to you by Weichert Real Estate. When you hire a Weichert agent, you can be sure you've got a partner who will guide you every step of the way. Weichert, dream, move, home. 2-ounce base is empty, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. takes up and in ball 1 with no score, just getting started.
I love the approach right there. Guerrero and Bichette are two guys that you can get inside on and do sweet contact. You can see the approach.
1-0. Guerrero takes a strike on the outside part of the plate with the slider.
If you're going to be effective away, you have to show inside and vice versa. And Vladdy's a guy where you can saw him off. We saw it twice yesterday. Same with Bichette. He threw that pitch for a strike away because of that previous fastball in.
Giolito's 1-1. Swing and a miss on a fastball up the ladder at 94, and there's that life on the fastball from Giolito up in the zone in particular.
1-2 count. Now, there's so many different ways you can go about this. You can double up, fastball up and away. You can slider down and away. You can throw changeup low and in. You just have to be careful with the location.
2 outs, no one on, 1-2. Guerrero swings and he pops one in the air behind first, ranging back to second baseman Nick Sogard runs it down on the cut of the outfield grass to end the inning. Lucas Giolito sets him down 1-2-3 in the top of the first, and the Red Sox bat for the first time against Toronto when we come back with no score on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel or that white chocolate mocha. Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Lowe's sabe cómo darle chispa a tu 4 de julio con grandes ahorros. Compra una pintura para interiores selecta de una sola capa y lleva otra gratis con una tarjeta de reembolso Visa. Además, obtén 2 plantas anuales rojas, blancas y azules selectas de 2 o 2.5 cuartos por solo $10. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 7/9. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Excluye Alaska y Hawái. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/rebates.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Under overcast skies at Fenway Park, the Red Sox bat for the first time with no score in the bottom of the first inning. In the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Genesis of Auburn. And Jarren Duran will lead it off against the veteran Chris Bassett, 36-year-old, making his 17th start of the season with a 3.61 ERA. The Red Sox trying to get the offense in gear after they got shut out last night. First pitch is in for strike one. To begin to Duran and Lenny, what should we expect from Bassett?
Well, I'd like to go over his pitch selection. How much time do we have? These games are about 2.5 hours, right? So first of all, he's got the sinker, then the cutter, then the curve, then the splitter, sweeper, four-seam, slider, and changeup. So he's got the kitchen sink.
Truly does. Here's his 0-1. Duran swings and misses on a cutter up, 0-2.
But he really is a pitcher. He's not going to dominate with the fastball. It's 91-93. He's going to locate well. It's what he's continued to do throughout his career. He's a guy that has PitchCom on his belt, so he's calling the shots right now. He knows exactly what he wants to throw, and he's dictating to the catcher. Not a lot of pitchers do that. There's a few throughout the league, but some guys, it's a philosophy thing. Some guys want to be told what to throw.
He's ahead of Jarren Duran, 0-2, with Jarren's average down at 254. The 0-2, swinging a pop-up foul behind the plate. You know, Jarren had some interesting quotes post-game last night, talking about his struggles. A guy who, you know, wears the emotions and the pressure of wanting to deliver for his team so much. And he said after the game, if you want to, pray for me to the baseball gods. He's looking for any help he can get right now. Said it's just not falling my way, and he admitted he's beating himself up for it. 0-2 again. Jarren swings and fouls it straight back.
Well, the old school philosophy was if you're praying to the baseball gods, you got to go out to the bar with your teammates, take half the team out there, have a little bit of a party, and just get in at 4 a.m. and then come to the field. That's what Mickey Mantle used to do, Billy Martin and Whitey Ford, right? But I don't think this type of baseball player in 2025, I don't think anybody does that anymore.
No, I think we got too many camera phones for that. Social media is around. Base is empty, bottom of the first, the 0-2. Durant swings and misses and strikes out on a slow looping curveball at 71 miles an hour, and Durant is set down via the punch-out, and there's one away.
Yeah, that was a real slow breaker. You're talking 20-mile-an-hour difference right there between that and his low fastball at 91. And again, he's a guy that changes speeds, locates north, south, east, and west. He's a typical pitcher's pitcher. He's not out there throwing.
So one away, no score, bottom of the first. Base is empty for the two-hitter today, the DH Roman Anthony. 2.5 weeks into his major league career. First pitch, he swings and he fouls it off third base side. 0-1 after Roman was 1 for 4 yesterday with a double that he pounded to the pull side and right. His first time last night.
He's been impressive so far, you know, in his young career. He's not expanding outside the strike zone very much. Typically, when a rookie comes up, that's what they do. They start to do too much and swing outside the zone. He's not doing that.
0-1 is a curveball that bends in for a strike. 0-2 on Anthony, who drew some praise from Alex Cora pregame when we chatted with AC. He said what you're saying. He likes Roman Anthony's quality of the at-bat. And he told us he's even considered putting Roman Anthony in the leadoff spot.
Well, he's hitting the ball hard. He's taking his walks, but he's hitting the ball hard. Yeah, the average isn't showing anything spectacular right now, but what you saw yesterday with that ground rule double, with the approach, with the swing, with the power, you're going to start to see more of that.
Base is empty, one out in the 0-2 pitch. Anthony swings and fouls it straight back from Bassett on a cutter up in the zone.
You know, there's a big difference in arms between AAA and the big leagues, right? It's staggering, really. You just don't see the same stuff. And in AAA and the minor leagues, there's a lot of free swinging talent. And there's a lot of talent out there, but they free swing outside the strike zone. So again, to have him at his age come up with that mentality where I'm not really going to expand unless I get into an 0-2 count is huge.
Here is an 0-2. Anthony swings and fouls it off the mask of the catcher Kirk and stays alive. And you're facing an arm in Bassett, who, to your point, is just the total pro. We said 36 years old, 11th year in the big leagues, his third with Toronto, final year of a 3-year, $63 million deal, and he's part of what has been a big three the first half of the season for the Blue Jays in their rotation until Max Scherzer came back a few days ago with Barrios and Gausman and Bassett. 0-2 is a check swing on a pitch up the ladder and no swing from Roman Anthony on appeal to third at Shane Livensparger. And Chris Bassett was walking off the mound. He thought that Anthony went around.
Yeah, he took a wide turn right there. He was halfway to second base by the time he got the call right there. He wanted that pitch. I tell you what, it was absolutely close to.
I think absolutely went around. I think that's a benefit for Roman Anthony.
Now you got to take advantage.
Here's a 1-2 from Bassett. Anthony swings and chops it to second on the ground. Andres Jimenez collects and he throws out Roman Anthony. And there's 2 down for the Red Sox in a scoreless bottom of the first. Hey, 2 legendary Boston teams, 1 epic day. Celtics Day at Fenway is Sunday, June 29th, coming tomorrow. Purchase tickets through this special offer to score a limited edition Red Sox and Celtics co-branded jersey. Visit redsox.com/Celtics. So 2 down, bases empty, and it brings up Abraham Toro. Starts at third base in this one. No score. Bassett's first pitch drifts outside and low, ball 1 to the switch hitter from the left side. So Toro in there at third. Romy Gonzalez in there at first. And Roman Anthony again DHing for the Red Sox. We saw Masataka Yoshida and Alex Bregman working on the field pregame. 1-0 pitch is swung on and popped up foul, third base side and out of play, 1-1.
Yeah, both those guys a sight for sore eyes. It's nice to be able to see them out there running, not limping around. Masa's out there with a glove taking ground balls. I mean, I'm not sure how much he's going to need at the big league level, but again, just showing that he can go out there just in an in-case scenario is really well.
And Masa, Alex Cora said pregame, is definitively going to start a rehab assignment Tuesday. Pitch is swung on and fouled back, and it's 1-2 on Toro.
It was very encouraging listening to Alex Bregman talk. He hasn't had any pain really in a long time, he said. He's running around the perimeter of the infield, taking ground balls, swinging the bat. So again, if he's back sometime around the All-Star break, that would help the squad get where they need to go.
That would be a major boost in the heart of this lineup. No score, bottom of the first. Red Sox and Blue Jays in game 2. 1-2. Toro takes high. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, if I'm facing this Red Sox lineup, there's really not a lot of guys where I would have to highlight and say, this guy's not going to beat me. Because typically there's 2, maybe 3 guys in the lineup where you have to concentrate really hard on being, very particular with your location and the way you go about it.
2-2. Toro slaps it foul, third base side to stay alive.
Now really 1 through 9, you take in the same mentality. You're just going to try to get the strike one, get ahead, stay ahead, pitch to contact, and get your offense back into the dugout as soon as possible. Not a lot of hesitation when it comes to any of these hitters.
The Red Sox got shut out last night for the first time at home all season. 2-2 to Toro. He takes inside, and it's a full count against Chris Bassett. Red Sox are 3-7 since the trade of Rafael Devers, and they're on this 6-game losing streak, their longest since the end of the 2022 season. It's only 28 runs in 10 games without Rafi. 3-2. Toro swings and fouls it back on the curveball to stay alive against Bassett.
Now, remember, you're going to have to let me know if there's a foul ball. We talked about this yesterday.
Yes.
If there's a foul ball coming at me, I'm looking at the TV screen over here, trying to figure out what's going on.
You're at a baseball game. You're at Fenway Park, this venerable and wonderful ballpark, and you're watching a TV screen?
I know. It's unbelievable. I glance back and forth, but I like seeing location. I like seeing pitch speed, movement.
It's the pitcher in you. 3-2. Toro swings and fouls another one back to stay alive against Bassett. I can tell you, based on the crowd cheering, someone made a great play on that foul ball. I can assure you of that, Lenny.
Oh, yeah, right up there. Maybe they caught it inside of a cup. I don't know. I don't see a glove out there.
Now, that'd be something. No score, bottom of the first. Base is empty for the Red Sox with 2 outs for Abraham Toro. It's the 9th pitch, 3-2. Toro swings and pops it foul behind the plate. Spoiled another slider against Bassett, and Abraham Toro's making Chris Bassett work here.
That's what you're talking about when it comes to wearing pitchers down. It's a humid day out there today, making him work, extending the at-bat, trying to get that one pitch where you could do damage.
20 pitches deep into this bottom of the first for Chris Bassett. He rocks and fires. Toro swings and lines it toward left center field, falling fast, and it drops in front of George Springer. On the 10th pitch of the plate appearance, Abraham Toro dumps a 2-out single into left field with a heck of an at-bat for the Red Sox to get their first base runner.
It's a great piece of hitting right there. 88 miles an hour right down the middle after fouling off 3 straight back. That's exactly what you need to do. We're wearing down pitchers, making them make mistakes, and then capitalizing. Outstanding at-bat by Toro.
So man aboard and now to the cleanup spot for the catcher, Carlos Narvaez. OPS at 780 with a half dozen home runs for Narvi. First pitch, he swings and he rolls it into right field, a base hit. Toro gets to second and stops there as Lucas collects in right. Back-to-back 2-out singles for the Red Sox and some early traffic here against Chris Bassett in this scoreless bottom of the first.
It's a great piece of hitting right there, driving it the other way. That's what you want to see more of. 91 was on the inner third, but he was able to keep the hands back, the barrel back long enough to get the meat of the barrel to the baseball. Outstanding job. We haven't seen a lot of hits strung together like we have in this inning very often so far.
Coming with 2 outs for the Red Sox. Well, the Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Red Sox pitcher this season, and Lucas Giolito had one in the top half of the first, the Arbella Insurance Foundation will donate $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. So with no score in this bottom of the first, some 2-out activity for the Red Sox. And here comes Wilyer Abreu. Left-hand hitting right fielder in the 5 spot. Has been productive with the bat since coming off the injured list. Had a hit and another well-struck ball later in the ballgame yesterday. First pitch is swung on and cracked in the air. Deep to right. Down near the pesky pole. Curling around it. That ball is gone. 3-run shot, Wilyer Abreu. And the Red Sox strike first in the bottom of the first against the Jays.
Get your highlighter out. That's the guy you want to circle now. Abreu came off the IL already red hot. They set the table perfectly. That's the guy that's going to take advantage of the situation right there. Offensively, that's what this Red Sox club needed.
Wilyer dons the Wally mask as he strides down into the Red Sox first base dugout as he pounds that curveball around the pesky pole and right. Home run number 14 for Wilyer. So it is 3-0 Red Sox in the bottom of the first, and now Trevor Story fouls off the first one, straight back 0-1.
That goes all the way back to Toro's at-bat. 3-2 count, fouling pitches off, getting extended, getting to Abreu right there. That's what you need to do in the lineup. Extend it. This is exactly what they did.
0-1 is cut on and missed by Story against the breaking ball, 0-2. Boy, what a big swing from Wilyer Abreu. And you said it started with Toro, the quality of the plate appearance that even when he's been in a little bit of a slide the last few weeks, you feel like you've gotten for the most part from Abraham Toro. So 2 outs and the base is empty, and Chris Bassett steps off the rubber. A big swing that, boy, feels cathartic in many ways for this offense. I told you 28 runs in the 10 games without Rafi. 0-2. Story takes high. And Alex Cora pointed this out post-game yesterday that even when they had won 8 out of 9, it wasn't like it was a ton of 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 run games. You look back at the last 20 days, the Red Sox have won 1 game where they scored more than 4 runs. They get 3 on 1 swing. 1-2 misses in, 2-2 on Story.
Yeah, when they were rolling, it was really the pitching. The bullpen, the staff, the starters were getting it done. They weren't scoring a lot of runs, but they were so good. The run prevention was really working well in their favor. They didn't have to score a lot of runs.
Bassett with a deep breath, working out of the abbreviated windup. Here's his 2-2. Story takes inside with a breaking ball that misses down and in. And it's a full count now on Trevor Story. Doesn't this feel somewhat similar to Toronto's first inning last night? 2 quick outs for Brian Bayo, and then some good at-bats from the 3 and the 4 hitters. And just like that, you're forcing a starter to go deep in the first. 3-2. Story swings and cracks one foul deep down the left field line up toward the Coca-Cola sign, and it remains full.
Yeah, you see some great at-bats, tough with 3-2 counts, being able to take close pitches throughout this inning, waiting for the pitcher to come to you. You love the approach, right? I mean, again, these are big league hitters. They're going to get their home runs, but the approach has to be line drives.
30th pitch is a 3-2. Story takes and works a walk. So good resistance there from Trevor Story, who had chased a lot of breaking balls here in this at-bat early on and in the game yesterday against Jose Barrios. But he spits on that after he had run it full, and the Red Sox have a 2-out base runner.
Yeah, Bassett's at 30 pitches right now. That's what Bayo threw yesterday in the first inning. And I tell you what, on a humid day like this is how you take advantage of the weather, of Fenway Park, the fans, everything together. Get in his head right now, and hopefully, you get him out in 4 innings.
Now Romy Gonzalez, and the first pitch cruises in for strike 1. And Bassett's a guy who has been really good. 4 starts in June, 26 innings, 9 earned, so an ERA in the low 3s this month. Last time out against the lowly White Sox went 6 innings, 1 run, even though Bassett was fighting through some allergies. 0-1, runner goes, and it swung out in line on a rope into center by Romy. Story was on the move, so he races to third and stops there. Romy Gonzalez with a bullet into center. Another hit for the Red Sox, the 4th in this first, and the Red Sox have him at the corners, already up 3-0.
Great piece of hitting right there. Again, we talk about the line drive approach, gap to gap. That's the mentality this Red Sox offense needs to take day in and day out. Forget about the home runs. Keep the line moving, pass the baton, and keep trading places.
So it'll bring up Nick Sogard, switch hitting second baseman from the left side in the 8th spot. 32 pitches in against Chris Bassett. Red Sox hitters have been aggressive against a guy who throws strikes here in the first. Story and Gonzalez hit the corners. First pitch is swung on and popped up foul behind the plate by Sogard.
And if you're Bassett, you're going out there against Toro. That was the 10th pitch of the at-bat that he hit. So he's trying to go out there and throw strikes. He's trying to limit the damage, limit the number of pitches, because he does want to get deep in this game. The Red Sox offense is taking care of it. Narvaez hit the next pitch. Abreu hits a home run the next pitch after that.
That Story the walk, and then Romy Gonzalez with the single on the second pitch that he saw. It's a guy, like we said, and to your point, who's going to be around the strike zone. Chris Bassett just 21 walks in 92-plus innings this year. But the Red Sox have really forced his hand with 2 outs here in this bottom of the first. Bassett's kind of looking around skyward off the first base side of the rubber. He was crouched down earlier. He's working on the pitch comm that you pointed out is on his belt. And now time is called at home plate.
There's some definite frustration, a little bit of body language. You can tell Bassett's frustrated. Like you said, hands on the knees. I'm not sure if he's tired because of the humidity, the number of pitches.
The veteran right-hander with the blue glove sets at his 0-1. This comes in and hits Sogard. So Nick Sogard gets hit by a cutter that just kept coming in from Bassett. And the Red Sox have the bases loaded with 2 outs and 3 runs already in this bottom of the first.
Yeah, there's some clear frustration on Bassett's part. Pitching coach is going to come out and talk to him right now just to give him a little bit of a breather. But I tell you what, the approach today is a complete 180 from yesterday. Extending at bats, not chasing outside the strike zone, taking advantage of mistakes by Bassett, who doesn't make many of them, but when he does make a mistake and you continue these at bats, the deeper he gets into this inning, the more he's going to make. It compounds.
And so there is activity up in the bullpen for Toronto. Braden Fisher, a right-hander, is starting to throw and heating it up as Pete Walker visits. Hey, fresh cherries are bursting with flavor, now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. right now, get Northwest cherries for only $1.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon. Short on time, order free curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. So all 9 batters for the Red Sox come to the plate here in this bottom of the first. They're up 3-0 on Toronto, trying to even up this series. And here is Ceddanne Rafaela. Had a couple of home runs on the road trip in San Francisco. Bases loaded, first pitch. Rafaela swings and he rolls it to short at Bo Bichette, who gloves, fires to second for the force on Sogard, and the inning's over. But the Red Sox send 9 to the plate against Chris Bassett in the bottom of the first. 35 pitches and a 3-run shot from Wilyer Abreu. 3-0 Red Sox in front of Toronto on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox radio network.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel or that white chocolate mocha. Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Mazda?
Once you discover the Mazda CX-50,
Mazda.
it doesn't take long to get it. With an available turbo engine and off-road drive mode, it's a crossover SUV rugged enough to go well past your expectations. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
The Mazda CX-50. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
Lowe's sabe cómo darle chispa a tu 4 de julio con grandes ahorros. Compra una pintura para interiores selecta de una sola capa y lleva otra gratis con una tarjeta de reembolso Visa. Además, obtén 2 plantas anuales rojas, blancas y azules selectas de 2 o 2.5 cuartos por solo $10. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 7/9. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Excluye Alaska y Hawái. Aplican más términos y condiciones. Detalles en lowes.com/rebates.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Huge swing from Wilyer Abreu, a 3-run shot that he launches around the pesky pole and right in that bottom of the first, and now a 3-0 lead for Lucas Giolito to begin the top of the second. He will face 4, 5, and 6 in the Blue Jays lineup. In the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Toyota of Auburn and Toyota of Boston. And Carlos Narvaez needs a new pitch-com device, so he had run out to the mound. He gets some new hardware, and we are ready to go for Giolito, pitching with a lead after a 1-2-3 first that Lenny looked pretty crispy.
He really did. You know, going right after hitters, getting ahead, staying ahead, setting up pitches really effectively. Could take another 5 or 6 innings like that.
Yes, please. Against Alejandro Kirk. First pitch of the second is in for strike 1 from Giolito. 93 with a fastball, the pitch that has been so big, like we talked about for Lucas. Talked about tilt and angle coming down the mound. The big righty's 0-1 is outside, a ball and a strike. What does he mean by tilt and angle with his mechanical adjustments?
So he's actually raised his arm angle, and it doesn't seem like a lot, from 50 degrees to 52 degrees. It allows him to create a little bit more depth with his fastball, to stay behind it a little bit more.
1-1 sails high, 2-1.
Anytime you can stay behind it and pitch with gravity, you're going to add some miles per hour. So you'll see 93, 94. He'll get up to 96 every now and then. So to be able to add on and take off a couple miles an hour here and there, that's pitching.
Here comes his 2-1. Kirk swings and pops it foul off the end of the bat back our way. 2-2.
And then when you start to locate with that changeup right there at 81 at the bottom of the zone coming out of that same tunnel, that moves arm side. Then you mix in the slider that moves glove side. You really can't guess either side of the plate, which a lot of hitters do. They take away one side of the plate and they look at the opposite.
Giolito winds and a 2-2. Kirk swings and he drives it in the air to left center field. Sedano Rafaela coasts over. Durant comes in from left and he makes the catch. And there's one away to begin the second.
It's a great example right there. Threw 2 breaking balls. The first one was a changeup right down the middle, bottom of the zone. They came right back with a pitch that has an exact opposite movement, really close to the same location, but moved the opposite direction. Got him off of the barrel right there.
So 1 away, 4 up, 4 down, and the Red Sox up 3-0 in the second against Toronto. Sends up George Springer, the Connecticut native. Right on right, first pitch is in for strike 1 of the always aggressive George Springer. Yeah, last 3 starts for Giolito have all been good. Each of them, like you said, 6 innings, and only 2 earned in total. That's since the bad one against the Angels here. 0-1 is in for a strike, another fastball, this time at 92, and it's 0-2 on Springer.
The fact that he's getting ahead, staying ahead, getting to 0-2 is a lot of confidence right now with Lucas Giolito. He's got his rhythm for sure.
The righty kicks and deals an 0-2. Springer bends out of the way on a fastball up and in at 94.
It's a great 0-2 pitch right there. Moved his eyes back, showed him that he's not afraid to pitch inside. So again, now you're 1-2. You can go up in the zone, again, double up with the fastball, but that slider down and away would be another great opportunity to use right here.
Lucas is 1-2. Springer takes just outside. Tried the fastball up in the zone, and it's 2-2. 21 pitches so far for Lucas Giolito. Alex Cora talked about the vertical movement on the fastball these last 3 starts. 2-2. Swing a low roller back to the mound. Past Giolito. Story charges from short and doesn't throw. Tough play for Trevor Story coming in on a slow trickler past the mound and then couldn't really get it out of his glove as well, perhaps. And George Springer's on with an infield single with 1 out, with the Red Sox up 3-0 in the second.
Yeah, that ball looked like it was hit about 15 miles an hour. By the time Trevor got to it, George was about 2 steps from the bag, tried to get his hand on it, wasn't able to get a decent grip, just put it in his back pocket. Really not much you can do with that.
Springer, who still runs pretty well, was moving down the line and gets aboard in front of Nathan Lucas. First pitch to the left-hand hitter is down, ball 1 with a slider from Giolito.
We know this Blue Jays club will take bases. They had Guerrero steal yesterday. They're going to do everything they possibly can to get on second base right now, get him in scoring position. So Giolito's got to be relatively quick to give Narvaez a chance to keep that runner at first base.
We know how good Narvaez is behind the plate. Giolito's 1-0. Lucas swings and he pops it foul behind the plate. Ball and a strike. Lucas, his last start was in San Francisco, a 9-5 loss for the Red Sox. Last Sunday, where Giolito went 6 innings, 4 runs, 2 earned on 83 pitches. Here in the second inning today, the 1-1. Lucas swings, beats it into the ground, right side of the diamond at second. Sogard gloves, only plays to first. He fires to Romy covering for out number 2. So a ground out from Nathan Lucas as Springer moves to second, and 2 down for Giolito with the Sox up by 3.
Everybody says playing first is easy. You can make the transition to first base, but I tell you what, if you can see that play, very, very difficult. Ranging from second base into the hole, the second baseman got a Sogard, but Romy thought he had a beat on it, ended up diving, missing it, had to get to his feet and rush to first base and catch the ball with his right hand while touching the bag with his left at the same time.
Here's Ernie Clement. He fouls off the first one. Right field side, 0-1.
Sorry, left hand, right foot. It's a lot going on. I can barely describe it.
And now Romy against the righties, well off the bag. It's, as we've learned in the last 2 months, there's a lot that goes into playing first. 2 outs, man at second, the 0-1. Sails high on Clement, a ball and a strike with Ernie Clement in the 7th spot. And today's 7th batter is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. 617-777-7777. Fastball misses in, and it's 2-1 on Clement.
Clement was an absolute thorn last night. Got on base 5 times. It's another guy you have to be careful with.
First time Ernie Clement has done that in his career. Reached base 5 times in a game. 2-1. Clement swings and he skies this one foul outside of first, and that'll drift off into the seats. 2-2. Ernie Clement was talking after the ball game. He said, I never thought I would walk 3 times in a game. He's a guy who's always been known to be pretty aggressive in the box, but walked 3 times, had 2 more hits, and like you said, was aboard 5 times.
Yeah, bottom of the lineup, too. You don't need to be careful with typically, guys at the bottom half of the lineup right after him.
2-2. Clement swings and lines it into center. Rafaela approaches and makes the catch on the run, shoulder high, to end the inning. So Giolito leads George Springer at second and posts a 0 in the top of the second. The Red Sox lead 3-0 on the Blue Jays on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Epic views, waterfall mists, summit sunsets. It's all better outside. And with All Trails, you can discover the best of nature with over 450,000 trails around the world. Download the free app today and find your next adventure.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
Lowe's sabe que el 4 de julio se festeja mejor con ahorros buenísimos. Ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra 10% adicional al comprar 2 o más electrodomésticos selectos. Y llévate 3 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Estas ofertas están calientes. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 7/9. Selección varía por lugar hasta agotar existencias. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Excluye Alaska y Hawái.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their chicken fingers always fill my tank. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. One love.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Red Sox up 3-0 on Toronto as we start the bottom of the second, and Jarren Duran leads off and takes outside ball 1 from Chris Bassett. Mike Monaco, Lenny DiNardo with you. Will Fleming is off for the weekend, but we know Will Fleming is locked in. The great Will Fleming.
Shooting hoops today? What's he doing today?
I hope so. 1-0 is popped up foul by Duran over the third base dugout, and at the railing, a fine play made, reaching over by Addison Barger to steal it away from his own dugout. Duran pops out in foul ground like that for the second night in a row, and there's one away.
Yeah, very similar to last night's play. Last one was a little bit farther down the line, but that's a pretty good job by the third baseman getting to that baseball and recognizing where he's at on the field.
Yeah, we got some footage from the Fleming family of Will and the boys dunking.
Night basketball? It was like a glow-in-the-dark ball or something?
It looked awesome.
Yeah, it's down where I live.
Roman Anthony takes inside ball 1 from Bassett.
Good for him. And he was holding one of his little boys up. Wasn't on his tippy toes or anything. And the kid was dunking.
And Charlie was just jamming?
Yeah, I mean, I knew he was tall.
They're going to be blessed with height. The 1-0 is inside 2-0 on Roman Anthony, who grounded out to second his first time.
I got to get one of those glow-in-the-dark basketballs. I got to get the info where to get those.
little Disco DiNardo?
Yeah.
Red Sox up 3-0 in this bottom of the second. We're going to check some scores around the big leagues on the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. 2-0 pitch. Anthony swings and he lines one into center field. A base hit. Absolutely scorched by Roman Anthony off his bat at 108 miles an hour into center for a 1-out single.
And again, that goes back to approach, right? You get yourself in a situation with a 2-0 count where Bassett wants to come back in, throws a 92-mile fastball right down the middle. That's the difference between 0-2 and 2-0. When you're 0-2, you got to expand outside the strike zone. The pitcher's not going to give you something to hit. 2-0 right there, was able to take advantage of it and drive that baseball.
So a double yesterday, a single today. Now Abraham Toro takes outside ball 1. Shohei Ohtani's on the mound today for the third time this season with the Dodgers in Kansas City with no score in the third inning. Tonight in Atlanta, big-time pitching matchup. Jesus Luzardo against Spencer Schwellenbach. Throw to first, and Anthony dives back to the base safely.
I have a Shohei Ohtani question.
Please.
I'm talking averages here. What has a higher average? His fastball velocity from his arm or from his bat?
Exit velo.
Yeah,
or...
his exit velo or his fastball? What's the higher average?
A great question. Pitch misses down to Toro, 2-0.
I feel like they got to be close, right?
Let's see what we can find. Shohei Ohtani, who's got a very unique baseball savant page, because you got to have two parts to it. Red Sox up 3-0, bottom of the second. Roman Anthony's at first with one out. 2-0 to Toro. That misses outside with a fastball, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, Bassett just hasn't been sharp today. He's not getting ahead consistently. He's putting the Red Sox in hitters' counts frequently. They just need to take advantage from there.
So here's what I got on Ohtani. His average exit velo is 95.1 as a hitter. 3-0 misses up and in, and Toro works a walk. So two good plate appearances from him, and the Red Sox have him at first and second.
95 exit velo off the bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then pitching-wise, average fastball has been 98.6 in a very small sample size so far. So the pitching has it beat, even though he is the best in the game with average exit velo off of his bat.
I feel like that speaks volumes.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Generational player. Makes it look easy.
In a scoreless game, like we said, in Kansas City opposite Seth Lugo. He's been up to 100 and up to 102, I believe. Doug Lane just told us so far today. How about that?
My goodness.
Well, the Red Sox have really gotten to Chris Bassett here so far at Fenway. Sox up 3-0, bottom of the second. Bassett has already thrown 44 pitches. And 2 on for Carlos Narvaez in the cleanup spot. Singled the opposite way his first time. Righty to righty, first pitch. Narvaez takes strike one. What have you liked most about Carlos Narvaez this year?
I love the fact that he's playing great baseball on both sides. He's going out there taking care of the pitchers. You can tell that he makes the pitchers out there comfortable. He's blocking balls like an all-star, but he's also producing offensively. Usually it's one or the other. You go out there and be great at one of them. Typically it's defensively. You could be really good at that, but you're going to go out there and hit maybe 230, whatever. But he's been outstanding. He's been clutch. Love the approach at the plate.
He's got a blue sleeve on his right arm, yellow on his left, the 0-1. Narvaez takes a strike at the bottom of the zone, and it's 0-2.
And for me, it's hard to believe that he still has rookie status, the way he carries himself on the field.
He's been as good as it gets, really at any position defensively, but certainly as far as catchers go. Red Sox up 3-0, bottom of the second here at Fenway. First and second, one out, and Bassett will step off the rubber. Carlos Narvaez last summer made his major league debut with the Yankees with about a dozen at-bats, and so that was it before this year with the Red Sox. 0-2, twist down and away, 1-2 on Narvi.
He'll sweeper right there from Bassett. We saw a lot of that from Bayo last night. You know, when it comes to 0-2, you got to be able to go out there and throw whatever pitch is working that day, right? You got to be able to locate it. And last night, the Blue Jays recognized sweeper out of the hand. They spit on it because they knew it was just going to be a ball out of his hand.
Part of the full arsenal for Bassett. 1-2. Narvaez swings and dribbles it foul toward the third base side.
We're also seeing a lot of foul balls from the Red Sox today. Anything close with 2 strikes, they're putting a little bit of wood on it just to extend these at-bats. That's a professional at-bat when you can do that.
Yeah, Doug Lane was cooking this up between innings. 35 pitches the Red Sox saw in the first. They fouled off 14 pitches, and it was only 5 called strikes from a strike thrower in Chris Bassett.
Where
First
would we
and
be?
second, one out the pitch. He's down and away, 2-2.
Where would we be without Doug Lane?
Certainly not on the air. Wouldn't be well fed.
I'd be eating a hot dog, having a beer in the third row right now, maybe. That's about it.
A legend in this industry and in this booth. Red Sox up 3-0, bottom of the second, and everybody is making Chris Bassett work. He's already thrown 49 pitches. His 2-2. Narvaez swings and tips it foul, and Kirk hangs onto it for a strikeout, and there's 2 down.
There's a cutter at the top of the zone right there. That's a pitch where typically when I played, let's say 20, 25 years ago, cutter was typically down in the zone. Now you're seeing it at the top of the zone. That little extra glove side movement keeps it off the barrel. Not Cutter Crawford, Cooper Criswell is a guy that frequently throws that when he's healthy and at the big league level, always throwing that cutter at the top of the zone. It's a good pitch.
And Chris Bassett, interestingly enough, will do it also up in the zone, not just to righties like Narvaez there, but to lefties too. And again, it is by design for Chris Bassett, who now faces a lefty in Wilyer Abreu. Red Sox up 3-0 in the second. First and second, 2 outs in the first pitch. Is up in the zone and misses for ball 1. Wilyer popped a 3-run home run back in the first, which was a massive swing for this team, the way the offense has been going. And with the Red Sox mired in this 6-game losing streak.
Yeah, with Rafael Devers gone, you need someone to try to step into that position to be the offensive force.
1-0. Abreu swings. He's out in front of the splitter there, and it's 1-1.
And Abreu, he's never going to fill the shoes of Rafael Devers. Nobody can do that. But if anybody can step up and be the guy in clutch situations to drive the baseball gap to gap, I feel like Abreu has that in his DNA.
He's had a real good season for the Red Sox. Bassett peers at second. Now the 1-1. Abreu takes a strike on the outside third, and it's 1-2. Well, the Yankees already played today and they lost. And our rivalry report is brought to you by River Spring Living, located on a 32-acre campus by the Hudson. It provides a full range of living options for older adults. I've seen firsthand what makes it special. Schedule a tour at riverspringliving.org today. They lost 7-0 to the Athletics in the Bronx. 1-2, Abreu swings and he lines it over the jumping first baseman Clement down the right field line. Roman Anthony scores from second. Wilyer Abreu rolls into second base with a run-scoring double, and the Red Sox add on to make it 4-0 here in the second.
Abreu comes in again, high pitch, high and tight, was able to get the barrel to it, driving a run in right there. Again, another great piece of hitting right there. 90 miles an hour. That was actually off the plate inside. Kept the hands inside really, really well. We talked about it before. This is a guy that doesn't need to go out there and try to hit home runs, but he has that line drive approach. That's where he's going to do his damage for this club.
A big swing from Wilyer Abreu, who has driven in all 4 for the Red Sox. And now Trevor Story with runners at second and third. First pitch, he swings and he loops it over first into right field. A base hit. Toro scores from third. Abreu right behind him from second. And Trevor Story drives in 2. 6-0 Red Sox in the second.
What do all these hits have in common? Line drives. Line drives. Everything is gap to gap. Nothing more than 12, 15 feet off the ground, poking it out there, trading places. I love the approach today. Complete 180 from yesterday. This should be in the Red Sox DNA, this style of hitting.
It's what you were calling for. And Wilyer Abreu had the double. And with that double, it means it's another double for diabetes and $50 to the American Diabetes Association. Brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector. Now Romy Gonzalez, first pitch is cut on and missed, and the runner on the move, and Trevor Story is safe at second. A stolen base as the running Red Sox put Story in scoring position.
I love it. You've got Trevor Story, you've got Eaton, Duran, Hamilton. Their speed, once you get on the base pass, you have to press the issue, especially on a guy like Bassett today, who's scuffling today. You can tell the humidity's getting to him. He's thrown a lot of pitches. Force that issue right away. Get yourself in scoring position.
6-0 Red Sox in the bottom of the second. And 0-1 on Romy, who singled his first time. The pitch, swings and fouls it back. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. So again, with 2 outs, also the Red Sox doing damage against Chris Bassett. They've got Story at second, with 2 down in this second and 6 runs on the board. 0-2. Gonzalez swings and misses and strikes out on a cutter up, and the inning's over. But 3 runs in the first and 3 more in the second for the Red Sox, and they lead the Blue Jays 6-0 after 2 at Fenway. On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their chicken fingers always fill my tank. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded.
One love.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
For 150 years, American Standard has been the plumber's trusted partner, working together to bring your customers quality, value, and always a quick and easy installation for the #1 toilet brand. While our partnership hasn't changed, our appreciation continues to grow. And it's why we've enhanced our American Standard Plumber Rebate Program, which now gives you even more money back on projects large and small. Learn more at LixelPlumberRebates.com.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend. Available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Sight for sore eyes, 6-0 Red Sox. The offense is booming as we go to the third, and the first pitch from Lucas Giolito is in for strike one to the left-hand hitting Andres Jimenez with 8-9-1 in the Blue Jays lineup in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Ford of Braintree and Westboro. 0-1 is in for a strike with a fastball bottom of the zone. Quickly 0-2 on the light-hitting Jimenez.
Good start so far in the third inning. If you're Lucas Giolito, you would do everything you possibly can to get that offense back in the dugout right away.
His 0-2. Jimenez takes high and tight, and did that clip the hand of Jimenez? He says so. Home plate umpire
I don't know about that.
Brock Ballou doesn't agree. Jimenez has already tried to take off, I think, his elbow guard. He's dropped his bat, and he was shaking out his hand immediately, insisting he got hit by the pitch, and now John Schneider's looking back, and he is not going to challenge this. So that was Andres Jimenez really trying to sell something. Yeah, that was not really close.
No, but if you're Jimenez and any other Blue Jay, the way Giolito's throwing today, I'd do everything I possibly could to get on first base, too.
1-2. Jimenez takes high, 2-2. Gotta love that a little bit from the savvy vet trying to will his way aboard.
You can hear the Velcro from up here.
Blue Jays have only had one base runner so far, an infield single from George Springer off Giolito, who's 2-2. Jimenez swings and misses and strikes out. 94 up the ladder in the second strikeout for Lucas Giolito. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Mike Monaco, Lenny DiNardo, and Lucas Giolito firing in strikes. He pumps in a fastball for strike one to Miles Straw. 9-man from the right side after 94 up the ladder for the K.
I love the swagger. I love the chip on your shoulder after that strikeout. 94 right down the middle. Let's see what you got. Swung through it.
0-1 is just outside at 93, 1-1.
And after the strikeout, Giolito took his little lap around the mound, was shaking his head no. Like, no, you're not going to pull a fast one like that. I love that.
He is a real fun personality and has been through the years. 1-1 is dribbled off the end of the bat toward the mound. Giolito pounces on it, bobbles, throws to first, not in time to get the speedy Straw. So one out base runner for Toronto on the bobble by Lucas Giolito on a soft comebacker right in front of home plate that Giolito tried to handle cleanly, but in the end, Straw's aboard.
Yeah, speed on the base pass right there. Lucas went to go field that ball, went in his glove, bounced up, but that was enough to where by the time it got to first base, it was too late.
Should go as an error on Lucas Giolito. And it puts Miles Straw aboard. Is indeed an E1 for the second base runner for Toronto. Red Sox up 6-0 in the third. Here's Bo Bichette. Flew out to center his first time. The first pitch is swung on and cracked foul down the right field line into the seats.
So we've seen continually throughout this season, last season, the season before, defensive miscues, errors come back to haunt this club. Hopefully this doesn't do the same right here.
The 0-1. Bichette takes outside and low, a ball and a strike. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you'll want to get into. Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now and instantly save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. 1 on, 1 out, and Lucas Giolito's 1-1. Swinging a line drive foul. First base side, 1-2 on Bo Bichette.
Well, one thing Bo Bichette will do is wear out that 6-hole. We've seen him continually hit ground balls to Trevor Story at shortstop. If he does that right here, it's a good opportunity to get that double play ball.
With Miles Straw leading off of first. 1 out in the inning. And Lucas Giolito's 1-2. Bichette swings and misses and strikes out. 94 elevated again. Second strikeout of the inning for Lucas Giolito in his third total. And there's 2 down in the top of the third.
Tell you what, Lucas has a little extra something on it. He's definitely staying behind the ball today. That fastball has a little bit extra rise at 94. Getting a lot of swing and miss on that pitch.
Again, if you heard Alex score with his pregame, he said the fastball dictates everything. Now Addison Barger, left-hand hitter, takes ball 1 on a heater up. Time for the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive. And today's question at Sox Booth on Twitter. It's about the trade deadline. What has been the best Sox deadline deal since 2010? It's just swung on and roped foul into the first base seats. 1-1 on Barger. Here are your options for the Red Sox best trade deadline deal the last 15 years. Erod in 2014, Nate Eovaldi in 18, Steve Pearce in 2018, or Kyle Schwarber, the first baseman, in 21. Pitch sales high, 2-1 on Barger from Giolito. Got some good options there in recent memory.
I've got my pick.
Yeah?
Yeah. You want to hear it?
No, I want you to save it. We got another read later on. I think I know which way you're leaning.
You know me.
2018's important.
Yes, absolutely.
2-1 is swung on and lined into right. Wilyer Abreu got a great jump, but has to play it on a hop, and it bounces over his head off the dirt. Straw motors to third on his way to the plate. The relay does not come to the plate. Miles Straw scores all the way from first on an RBI double from Addison Barger that bounced over the head of Wilyer Abreu in right. And Toronto's on the board. It's now 6-1 in the third.
Yeah, you'd hope that E1 wouldn't come back to haunt the Red Sox, but for some reason, these errors always do. That ball just hopped up off the clay over Abreu's head. It's a good piece of hitting right there, but at the end of the day, you shouldn't have been in that at-bat. It's a really easy E1, easy play to the pitcher. Just kind of tried to throw it before he caught it.
Sounded like a broken bat as well from Barger. And now Vlad Guerrero Jr. swings at the first pitch and skies it to right. Wilyer Abreu takes a few steps in. He looks up into the hazy sky and makes the catch. And the inning's over. So Giolito's error ends up giving the Blue Jays a run, but the Red Sox still lead at 6-1 in the middle of the third at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
People always ask me, hey Livy, what fuels you? Passion? Competition? The pursuit of greatness? None of those things. Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their cooked-to-order chicken fingers always fills my tank, and the crinkle-cut fries and Texas toast are the perfect top-off for the perfect road trip. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Too fast, Trevor, too fast!
Here at the Zebra, research shows people would rather teach their kids to drive than search for auto and home insurance.
I know what I'm doing, Mom.
Or attend a corporate team building workshop.
Go team, feel that synergy.
Or be regaled by Uncle Frank's conspiracy theories.
They're listening to us right now.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. We do the searching, you do the saving.
Shh, they're here.
20% off sunglasses from Shayden Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shayden. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Yes, I love this game.
IXL is actually a learning app, but it's so fun, my kiddo calls it a game.
I'm crushing it.
Yeah, you are. He loves the challenge, I love the results. IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Mazda?
Once you discover the Mazda CX-5,
Mazda?
it doesn't take long to get it. With standard all-wheel drive, a premium interior, and advanced safety features, it's an SUV that gives you more at every turn. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
The Mazda CX-5. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Toronto gets a run back, but the Red Sox still lead 6-1 as we start the bottom of the third here at Fenway Park. 8-9-1 coming for the Red Sox in the Herb Chambers batting order, starting with Nick Sogard. And we've had an automatic ball assessed to Chris Bassett for a pitch clock violation at the outset of this last of the third. So the first pitch is a 1-0. Go figure, it's outside. First one misses, but it's 2-0 on Sogard, who got hit by a pitch his first time.
It's been a lot of that from Bassett, as is today. Just hasn't been able to get to strike one frequently.
2-0 pitch is down. 3-0 on Nick Sogard, and the Red Sox have just had Bassett all out of sorts ever since the first two batters of this game.
Yeah, he's dealing with some allergies earlier in the season. Was it last week, the week before, dealing with some allergies? Doesn't look himself today either.
3-0. Sogard takes up high. Ball 4. 4-pitch walk, and Sogard's on for the second time out of the 8 spot. And a leadoff walk from Chris Bassett. Hey, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, providing first aid at Fenway and supporting Red Sox scholars. Learn more at bidmc.org. That's so good to see from the Red Sox. This offense wake up, trying to even up this series after Red Sox got shut out yesterday. Here's Cedano Rafaela. First pitch is in for strike one to Cedano, who bounced to short his first time. Red Sox offense overall is 11th in baseball in runs per game. League leaders in Who's Circling the Drain, presented by Drains by James. They got 3 runs in the first, 3 more in the second, and lead by 5 in the third. 0-1's in for a strike. Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. You got to go back to May 10th at Kansas City to find the last time the Red Sox scored 3 or more runs in back-to-back innings. 0-2 is swung on and lined up the middle into center field. A base hit for Cedano. A bullet on a 2-strike offering from Bassett. 106 off the bat, and the first 2 have reached for the Red Sox, who have them at first and second with nobody out.
Again, a great approach right there. Line drive cut, using the big part of the field right there, shortening up with 2 strikes. Great piece of hitting right there.
So Bassett's at 64 pitches. The Red Sox 2 times through have really gotten to him. Blue Jays rolling with him. That what you would expect to keep rolling with a guy who's been so stable in your rotation at this point?
Yeah, you know, until he hits that pitch count, right, you want to give him the opportunity to turn it around. We saw Brian Bayo give up a run in each of the first 3 innings, and he kind of got together. So I feel like they're trying to let him ease in.
There's Jarren Duran, who takes ball 1 up and in.
Plus, you don't want your bullpen depleted for tomorrow's game and the next series as well. You know, if your starter goes 2-3 innings, I tell you what, that's a lot of game to fill from the bullpen.
Red Sox up 6-1. Sogard at second, Rafaela at first. Jarren has struck out and popped out and foul ground to third. The 1-0. Grant swings and rolls it foul. First base side, 1-1. Mentioned earlier the comments that Jarren had post-game about beating himself up and just trying so hard, putting pressure on himself. We chatted with Alex Cora pregame, and he said, yeah, I saw that quote this morning, and that is not what I want from Jarren Duran. Said they'll have a conversation about it, and said they had a moment earlier this year where they talked about that as well before the team went to Detroit in May. Just don't want all the weight of the world on Duran. The 1-1 takes high, 2-1.
Well, Duran's the type of player, we've seen this. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's not afraid to go out there and let you know how he feels, and he's an energetic player, right? And again, when this lineup, absent Rafael Devers, you know, some of these players feel like they have to fill in the shoes. They have to go out there and fill up what Rafael Devers did throughout his career. And you know what? You just got to be yourself. When Duran's himself, he's a good ball player. He's driving the baseball. He's chaos on the base paths. He's making the defense and the pitcher nervous when he's out there. You can't go out there and think that you are the type of player that Rafael Devers is or an Alex Bregman. Completely different style of play. Be yourself, and you will succeed.
2-1 fastball was in for a strike to Duran, and it's 2-2. Red Sox up 6-1. 2-2. Duran takes outside. What did it feel like for you, Lenny, as a player, when either a big trade happened, maybe someone gets released, or a big injury as well? Like, what does it feel like when one of your stars is not with you?
It's kind of deflating. I was there in 04, and we got rid of Nomar, and, those can go one of two ways, right? You get rid of Nomar and the team sinks. It didn't happen that way. We got Cabrera, and we ended up making a good run, winning the World Series. But at the time, Nomar was a generational player. He was on SNL. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. He was the guy. He was Nomar, right? But, it ended up working out in the Red Sox favor. But it doesn't always work out that way, especially in the short run.
3-2 missed upstairs to Duran, who checked his swing, so he works a walk. And he produces for the Red Sox to load him up. Still nobody out. And now here comes John Schneider out of the Blue Jays third base dugout. And he will make the move. So bases loaded, 70 pitches, and still nobody out in this bottom of the third. Red Sox up 6-1, and they have chased Chris Bassett, who looks downward as he strolls off the mound. Called to the bullpen for Toronto. Red Sox up 6-1 in the third on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, it's the perfect time to check out all the great content at buyfordnow.com. Find Ford offers you won't see advertised anywhere else. Search Ford dealer inventory for your dream vehicle. Compare Ford SUVs, trucks, and electric vehicles versus the competition. Calculate your trade-in value and learn about exclusive offers for military and first responders. So, visit buyfordnow.com and then see your New England Ford dealers.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Bottom three ongoing at Fenway Park, and the Red Sox are up 6-1 on Toronto, and they have chased Chris Bassett, the Blue Jays starter, from this game. And so Toronto goes to the bullpen for the rookie right-hander Braden Fisher, 24-year-old from Texas, who made his Major League debut last month. Red Sox have the bases loaded and nobody out for Roman Anthony. 1 for 2 with a single so far. First pitch, righty to lefty, and that's up high. Ball one.
Yes, that was Bassett's shortest outing of the season. He gave up 5 earned runs twice so far this year, so that's going to go down as his worst so far. You know, it's going to happen to great big league pitchers, but I tell you what, this is going to take a toll now, Jay's bullpen.
1-0 swung on a grounded off the pitcher. Fisher, who throws to the plate and gets the force in time on Sogard for out number 1. Hot shot off Anthony's bat, came off at 101 miles an hour. Clipped the right-hander Braden Fisher, who recovered and threw out Sogard for the force, and out number 1 in the third. Training staff comes out. Manager John Schneider will check on Braden Fisher. Did a really nice job recovering there after that hot comebacker from Roman Anthony.
Yeah, looking at the replay, he made a good play right there. I almost want to see Sogard slide in that situation rather than running through home plate.
Even on the force, you think that's faster?
I don't know if it's necessarily faster, but it's going to come in. You're going to come in because he's standing on the plate right there. I'm not sure what's allowed right now, but I tell you what, if you slide through the feet right there, it's going to make something a little more hesitant catching that ball.
Well, Braden Fisher's going through some warm-up tosses here to make sure that he's all right after he got struck by that comebacker. Throws 2 pitches and motions off to the training staff and John Schneider that he is good to stay in. Boy, there's more hard contact there from Roman Anthony, and it felt like that might find its way into center and score a pair, perhaps.
Yeah, again, you put the ball in play, typically something good's going to happen. It didn't that time, but I tell you what, continue with that approach. Keep hitting the ball hard.
So they're still loaded up. 1 out here, bottom of the 3rd. Red Sox up 6-1 for Abraham Toro. First pitch is in for strike 1 down the heart of the plate. Toro singled on the 10th pitch he saw in the 1st from Chris Bassett, and then walked and scored in the 2nd. Bassett chased after 70 pitches, the 0-1. Toro takes up and away, 2-0. Well, a real grinding approach from the Red Sox offense so far in this one. As Bassett roughed up.
That's a good way to put it. This offense needs to grind, right? They need to continue to trade places with each other out there.
1-1 misses up and away, 2-1. First pitch was a strike from Braden Fisher. So the Red Sox up by 5. Infield is about medium depth for Toronto. 2-1. Toro swings and fouls it back behind the plate. 2-2. Fisher, the 6'4" right-hander, was originally drafted by the Dodgers back in 2018. Came over to Toronto's organization last summer in a trade for Kevin Biggio. Loaded up for the Red Sox here at Fenway in the 3rd. 2-2. Toro resists a pitch down, leaning over the plate to stare it down, and the count's full.
It's a good take right there. We've seen this Red Sox lineup with 2 strikes continually swing at breaking balls down below the zone. It's able to keep the hands back right there. It's a good, excellent job.
Loaded up with 1 out. 3-2. Toro takes inside ball 4, and it walks in a run. Ceddanne Rafaela scores from 3rd. A bases loaded walk coaxed by Abraham Toro, and it is 7-1 Red Sox here in the 3rd.
Yeah, not expanding outside the strike zone, recognizing certain pitches out of the hand. Great strike zone awareness right there. Outstanding job trading places.
So the base is still loaded, and now Carlos Narvaez will bat. Singled in the 1st, struck out in the 2nd. And loaded up for Narvi. Ready against righty, first pitch. Narvaez swings and pops it foul. First base side, upper deck. 0-1. Eight hits already for the Red Sox after they were shut out in the opener last night. They're trying to snap this 6-game losing streak. The 0-1. Narvaez takes down. Good block by the catcher Alejandro Kirk, who is one of the best defensive catchers, one of the best catchers, period, in all of baseball. The thick-bodied backstop bolted to his right and kept that in front with the bases loaded.
That he is, but I tell you what, that's kind of a lost art right now. You got to let a lot of guys on one knee, you know, picking it like a first baseman. To be able to get down on both knees right there and block that ball up and keep it out front, it's really a lost art.
We got such a focus on stealing strikes. Blocking has kind of been hurt by that. The 1-1. Narvaez takes high, 2-1. Well, the day after the Red Sox pitchers issued 8 walks, Red Sox hitters have been very patient so far. A walk and a hit batter in the 1st. They had another walk in the 2nd. 3 walks here in the 3rd. 2-1. That's high. 3-1 out of Carlos Narvaez with the bases loaded and nowhere for him to go for Braden Fisher.
Number 1 rule for batters is get a good pitch to hit. They've done that so far today. They're not expanding. Let the pitcher come to you.
Fisher's 3-1. Narvaez swings, drives it in the air to center. Straw goes back, and he's got room a step in front of the track to make the catch. Jarren Duran tags from 3rd and scores on a well-struck sac fly to straightaway center. And the Red Sox add on, and it is 8-1 here in the 3rd.
Great at-bat right there, just doing a job, recognizing 1 out, runner on 3rd base. You want to put the ball in the air deep. Really good at-bat, getting to that pitch.
Roman Anthony tagged from 2nd and moved to 3rd. It felt like Carlos Narvaez just missed that one.
Off the bat, I tell you what, it sounded good, looked good.
98 miles an hour off his bat. does get a run home. So 8-1 Red Sox here in the bottom of the third, and now Wilyer Abreu.
So 98 as in Ohtani's fastball, not his exit velocity.
His pitching fastball. Here's Wilyer. First pitch, and that is strike one outside part of the plate to Wilyer.
He's already had a day. Tell you what, if he could do it again right here.
Wilyer has driven in 4. Home run in the first, double in the second. And they're at the corners here. Braden Fisher with a long hold, and the righty's 0-1. Abreu swings and misses as he chased the curve down, 0-2.
Haven't seen a lot of that today, chasing breaking balls down in the zone. If you're Fisher, I'm doubling up right here after that pitch because he's, again, if you're going to highlight someone in the lineup today, Abreu's that guy.
Abreu has shown his ability to hammer breaking balls. It was a curveball he got back in the first inning, bottom of the zone. 0-2, runner goes from first. The pitch is down for a ball. Kirk's throw through, skips into center. Roman Anthony takes off from third and scores, and Abraham Toro, who was running from first, ends up at third, and it is all coming up Red Sox here in the third inning at Fenway. Now 9-1.
We talk a lot about the Red Sox identity changing with the absence of Rafael Devers, the line drive approach, but also they have the ability to steal bases, to make the defense and the pitcher nervous out there. Right there is a great example, trying to take second base, forcing them to make an errant throw at second base and scoring a run.
It's what you were talking about last night with this offense. So man at third, 2 outs and a 1-2. Wilyer takes outside 2-2. You said it in the pregame here today as well, like approach-wise even, but it applies to the base running and how aggressive you get offensively. Just felt like it had to be different for the Red Sox.
Absolutely. Today so far, 180.
2-2. That's high, full count. And again, this all started really with Abraham Toro, who's now standing at third base in that first inning with 2 outs, no one on, grinded through a 10-pitch at bat against Jays starter Chris Bassett. 3-2. Abreu takes strike 3 called, and he knew it. Curveball locked him up at the bottom of the zone, and he strikes out. But the Red Sox add on 3 more. We're through 3 innings at Fenway. 9-1 Red Sox against Toronto on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their chicken fingers always fill my tank. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. One love.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Very different tune for the Red Sox in this one, as they've got a 9-1 lead as we go to the 4th inning, compared to last night getting shut out 9-0 against Toronto. And Lucas Giolito has plenty of run support. 3 runs from the Sox in each of the first 3 innings as he goes back to work against 4, 5, and 6, starting with Alejandro Kirk. First pitch is in for strike 1 to the cleanup man for Toronto in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Chevrolet of Danvers. So 48 pitches for Giolito. Kirk flew out to left his first time. The 0-1. That's a fastball that misses north of the zone. Ball and a strike from Giolito.
Yeah, what Lucas has been continually doing today is getting strike one, pitching from pitchers' counts early on.
Here's 1-1. Talked about the importance of getting ahead as well. That one's yanked outside 2-1. And Giolito kind of rolling his eyes on the mound because first 3 pitches as well, something you talk a lot about, and so do modern pitching coaches. Win 2 of the first 3 is 2-1. Kirk swings and lines it into center. So he got into a hitter's count, turns around the 2-1 with a sharp single into center. 107 off his bat and a leadoff single for the great Jays catcher against Giolito.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, 2-1 versus 1-2. When you're 2-1, the hitter's looking for one pitch in one zone. If it's not there, he's not going to swing. But a pitcher wants to get back into the count, so he throws him a fastball right there, center cut, and he's ready to wait.
So Kirk is on for George Springer. Red Sox up 9-1, 4th inning. Under cloudy skies at Fenway. First pitch. Springer swings and he pops it up. Shallow right field. The second baseman Sogard goes out. Abreu races in, calls him off from right, and puts it away for the first out. So 1 away with Kirk still at first here in the 4th.
And you take advantage of the aggressiveness of Springer right there. He's always swinging early in counts. You give him something that looks halfway decent, but you can't do much with. You get a 1 pitch, 1 out. Now you're 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning. You put the ball on the ground, you get your offense back out there.
Against the left-hand hitting Nathan Lucas. Grounded to second his first time. First pitch is bounced in, and nice job by Carlos Narvaez blocking that and keeping the catcher Kirk at first.
It's a great job right there. Again, we talk about the importance of blocking balls, keeping it in front. Narvaez is as good as anybody at that.
4th inning is brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. Cars with a K. Giolito's 1-0 is outside. 2-0 on Lucas. Giolito's been so honest when discussing his outings this year. It was back in early June when he said he needed to figure it the blank out.
Love the honesty.
Self-assessment. 2-0. Lucas takes just high, 3-0 with a fastball at 94. And sure enough, Lucas Giolito has done that ever since. He has figured it out. So he takes a deep breath off the side of the mound. 3 really good starts in a row coming into today's. And at first, 1 out, 4th inning, 3-0. Fastball in for a strike. And so much of it has to do with that rejuvenated fastball. You mentioned the mechanical adjustments, the degrees with which he's coming at you on the mound.
Yeah, with a little bit of a raised arm angle, the RPMs at the top of the zone are playing.
3-1 misses up and away, and it's a 5-pitch walk issued by Giolito to Nathan Lucas. So the Blue Jays have 2 aboard here, first and second with 1 out in the 4th, and the Sox up 9-1.
Yeah, other than that error last inning, this is really the only time he's really scuffled throughout this game. He just has to go out there and try to get ahead. This inning so far, he's putting himself in a situation where the hitters are in hitters counts and he's having to come to them. Want to limit the walks. That'll come back to haunt you.
Righty against righty. Ernie Clement, the batter, and the first pitch is down and away with the slider, ball 1. Clement lined out to center his first time to end the 2nd inning. So the first walk issued by Giolito. Kirk's at second. Lucas is on at first. Giolito in the yellow jersey deals a 1-0 that is swung on and laced foul into the third base seats. 1-1 on Clement. Alex Gore said to his pregame that he's learning about Lucas Giolito. Said there's days where it's going to look horrible and he's still going to give you 7. It's kind of what you've been able to get from Giolito. The 1-1. That misses down. 2-1. But they feel like he's been progressing well and he's always going to compete for you.
Another good example, that's Bayo yesterday. Bayo did not have his good stuff yesterday. The changeup wasn't consistent, did not have a sweeper at all, was basically just using the fastball. But he still gave him 6 innings.
2-1 is swung on and popped up right near home plate, a little bit up the third base line. Infield fly rule is in effect, and Abraham Toro from third makes the catch and foul ground for out number 2. That was big for Bayo to give 6, even in a losing effort. Helps out the bullpen a little bit. Luis Guerrero goes on the injured list today. You get a fresh arm in Chris Murphy, reinstated off the injured list for the first time in a while, coming back from Tommy John. And so Giolito off to a good start in this one as well, and hoping to give some length. So 2 outs, runners at first and second. Now Andres Jimenez fouls back the first one behind home plate. Red Sox up 9-1 on Toronto. We had the 110th pitch earlier against Chris Bassett, brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud to be an official partner of the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. 0-1 is swung out and popped foul behind the plate, and it's 0-2 on Jimenez.
Yeah, and that's a huge difference right there. This inning, he's been getting behind. That's why you're seeing runners on the bases right now, just because of that. But again, 0-2 right here. Now he's in a situation where he can either climb the ladder, he can go down with the slider, he can use the changeup low and end, so many different ways. You don't have to go to him, though.
3 strikeouts so far. Giolito's 0-2. Check swing on a pitch up and no swing on appeal down to third at Shane Lavensparger.
That's that 94-mile-an-hour fastball with that tilt. A lot of RPMs on that. Looks like it has a little bit of rise to it. Again, you can double up. You can throw back foot slider.
The world is your oyster. The 1-2. That's up high. So he indeed doubled up. Fastball was 95 there, 2-2.
It's a good pitch, but I tell you what, that's about 12, 15 inches above the zone. You're not going to get a lot of hitters bite at that. If you can throw that maybe 2 or 3 baseballs at the top of the zone, then you get them to bite.
Runners at first and second, top of the 4th. Red Sox up 9-1 on Toronto. Giolito's 2-2. Swinging a foul back. And Lucas said this when the Red Sox were in Seattle, that with his fastball, he felt like they have a really good attack plan with it right now. And as we've talked about, he feels like he's in a good place mechanically. Top of the zone, and sometimes he said driving him down to the bottom of the zone as well. 2-2. Swinging a tip foul that pops out of the middle of the catcher, Narvaez. On a fastball again from Giolito, still 2-2.
When you've got a great changeup at 82 miles an hour, too, coming out of that same high angle, 52 degrees, we talked about that tunnel. You're talking 94, 95 to 82. That's a pretty wide gap between the changeup right there. So, again, it's very deceptive. East, west, north, south, but also back in front of the box.
When you mentioned 50 to 52 degrees earlier, I'm just salivating thinking about my wedge game on the golf course, which is not good, by the way, but you got the wheels turning. 2 on, 2 out, and Giolito's 2-2. Swinging a foul back again from Jimenez.
You would love to see me golf, Mike.
Is it not good?
Well, no, to say the least. You would be crying laughing at my swing. It's so bad.
Lefty pitcher?
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
I would have thought you got a good swing.
No. I'll hit 1 ball in 18.
2-2 is cut on and missed with a disgusting changeup that drops Jimenez to a knee and has Lucas Giolito smiling off the mound. He strands 2 in the 4th, and the Red Sox lead the Blue Jays 9-1, middle of the 4th at Fenway on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
People always ask me, hey Livy, what fuels you? Passion? Competition? The pursuit of greatness? None of those things. Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their cooked-to-order chicken fingers always fills my tank, and the crinkle-cut fries and Texas toast are the perfect top-off for the perfect road trip. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
Lowe's knows July 4th savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances and get an additional 10% off 2 or more select major appliances. Plus, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. These deals are coming in hot. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Red Sox up 9-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning at Fenway under cloudy skies. Lenny DiNardo, Mike Monaco with you. Will Fleming has the weekend off, and the Red Sox have scored 3 runs in each of the first 3 innings. Trevor Story leads it off against Braden Fisher, the Blue Jays reliever. First pitch is up and in, ball 1. It's a Story in the 6th spot in this Herb Chambers batting order.
Yeah, had a nice single in the second inning, was in ambush mode, got a fastball in the inner half, was able to crush a line drive.
The pitch is swung on and skied to right center by Story. Nathan Lucas coasts in from right. He looks up and he makes a one-hand hat-high catch for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. This 4th inning bell is brought to you by Russell Hackman and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Request your appointment today or learn more at hackmanwealth.com. Who are you sparring with today, Lenny?
Myself. That chicken parm that I had earlier, that's what I'm sparring with.
Where'd you get chicken parm?
Ron out there, right field.
Romy Gonzalez swings at the first pitch and lines it in the left, and it rolls all the way to the wall. Big turn for Romy. Bolts for second. Springer's throw is not in time. Ahead of a first slide from Romy Gonzalez, who's got a one-out double for the Red Sox here in the 4th.
Again, you're seeing a nice approach right there. Line drive, gets a pitch on the inner half. That pitch is supposed to be away. It's 96, about belt high, just on the black. Good piece of hitting right there. I love the line drive approach. I can't say it enough.
110 off the bat of Romy. He's at second for Nick Sogard. Switch hitter from the left side. The first pitch is upstairs, ball 1. Can you see it in swings, like in real time from up here, that it does look a little more line drive centric from certain guys?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You can tell when a guy's trying to lift and separate. You know, often, sometimes it happens, and most of the time it's a fly out to shortstop. But when they're staying down to the baseball, not only to it, but through it after you continue that, the contact, you're going to see a lot of swings and liners just like that.
1-0 pitch was in for a strike to Sogard at the top of the zone, 1-1. And now Braden Fisher ready with a 1-1. Sogard takes up and away.
And you talk about the approach from pitchers these days. A lot of pitchers use the top of the zone compared to 15, 20, 25 years ago. So if you do have that lift approach, you're going to have a hard time getting to it. When you're going down to and through the baseball, you're going to see a lot of what Romy just did right there.
2-1. Sogard swings and skies it to center. Miles Straw goes back, and he's got room on the grass to line it up and make the catch. Romy tanks from second. Straw's throw to third is on a line and not in time. Romy slides in safely at third and advances 90 feet on a Sogard fly out to center for out number 2 here in the 4th.
It's a good slide right there from Romy, but I tell you what, he's sneaky fast. He does have some wheels on the base paths.
He is such a well-built athlete, and yeah, he can absolutely move. So he's over at third with 2 outs now in this bottom of the 4th, and the Red Sox up 9-1. Brings up Ceddanne Rafaela. Rolled to short his first time, singled to center his next time in the 3rd, and came around to score. It was a 3-run 3rd inning where the Red Sox only had the 1 hit from Ceddanne that inning. Here's the pitch. Swinging at a pop-up right near home plate. Out toward the mound, it drifts out. The third baseman Barger comes in and he makes the catch, and the inning's over. Romy's double doesn't amount to anything, and the Red Sox go down without a run for the first time today. Through 4 at Fenway, Red Sox 9, Blue Jays 1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
People always ask me, hey Livy, what fuels you? Passion? Competition? The pursuit of greatness? None of those things. Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their cook-to-order chicken fingers always fills my tank, and the crinkle-cut fries and Texas toast are the perfect top-off for the perfect road trip. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Mazda? Once you discover the Mazda CX-50,
Mazda.
It doesn't take long to get it. With an available turbo engine and off-road drive mode, it's a crossover SUV rugged enough to go well past your expectations. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
The Mazda CX-50. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
Lowe's knows how to help you save. This July 4th, get up to 40% off select Maytag laundry appliances. Plus, get an additional 10% off when you buy 2 or 3 select major appliances. And when you buy 4 or more, you'll save an additional 20%. Find the right appliances and features that fit your home's unique needs and style. Shop Maytag 4th of July deals at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
There are 2 types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shadon Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shadon brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
5th inning on the way from Fenway, and the Red Sox are in control. 9-1 as Lucas Giolito goes back to work at 69 pitches against 9-1-2, starting with Miles Straw. First pitch is in for strike 1 to Straw in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Mini of Boston. What do you want to see from Giolito trying to give the Red Sox, let's say, 6 today?
Yeah, continue getting that first pitch strike. 69, 70 pitches now, 44 strikes.
One is line foul, softly first base side, 0-2.
When you're up by 8 runs, the last thing you want to do is get behind in counts. You don't want any at-bats more than 4 pitches, really. You want to go out there and let them put the ball on the ground. You're going to get your strikeouts. He's got good enough stuff to do that. But, again, try to get your offense back in the dugout and just don't mess around with these hitters.
He swung on and skied to right center. William Abreu moves over from right. He lines it up and makes the catch side by side with Ceddanne Rafaela for the first out in the top of the 5th. Red Sox baseball is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. So that works in the first 3 pitches for Lucas Giolito against Miles Straw. Now back to the top of Toronto's lineup for Bo Bichette, who's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a strikeout. First pitch is down, ball 1 from Giolito.
Yeah, ideally, if you can keep your pitch count per inning 15 pitches or less, it's going to allow you to get deep into games. So if you look at Brian Bayo yesterday, 30 pitches in the first inning, that basically took an inning away from him.
And it was 52 through 2. Giolito's 1-0. Bichette takes outside, 2-0. You got to feel good for Lucas Giolito as well. It, in his own words, had been up and down. Called the one here against the Angels a stinker. He's talked about the sense of relief that he has felt to be figuring it out. 2-0 is a fastball in for a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, especially the early parts of the season. I mean, you could really set your clock to his outings. It was either a really good outing or a really poor outing. So again, to see him string together 3 outings and now this 4th in a row, if he continues this way, is really positive.
2-1 is swung on and looped behind second, and it plops down in center field, a base hit for Bo Bichette. Dumps in a 1-out single and a base runner for Toronto, with the Red Sox up 9-1 here in the 5th inning.
So again, now with 1 out, your mentality shifts to, okay, I want to put the ball on the ground right here. Yeah, a strikeout would be nice, but again, pitch to some soft contact, get it to your middle infield, try to get a 2-for-1 right here. Use the back in front of the plate. That changeup to in last inning is a great example of how to do that.
Yeah, that was sick to Andres Jimenez. This is Addison Barger, who swings at the first pitch and vaults it to center. Ceddanne Rafaela has got the shades resting on the top of his cap. He's in. Makes a 2-hand catch for out number 2 here in the top of the 5th inning.
And there's that changeup. Again, early, soft contact. That changeup's been a really good pitch for him today, but it all keys off of that fastball. That's a baseline pitch for him.
He's whipped out a couple of good ones these last 2 innings. Hey, today's Red Sox code word of the game is Winkowski25. Make sure to enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. Here's Vladdy, and the first pitch is in for strike 1 with a slider to start. 3rd time through the lineup. Guerrero has popped to second and has a flyout to right so far against Lucas Giolito. Baby blue cap atop his head. The bearded right-hander fires, and the pitch misses up. To to make it 1-1.
Yeah, you're talking third time around the lineup. You know, this is typically the time where a pitcher wants to switch up and not get too much in a pattern. So again, starting the last batter off the changeup, a slider here, mixing in those off-speed pitches, pitching backwards is important.
Is 1-1. Swung on and fouled back by Vlad Guerrero Jr., and it's 1-2.
When you pitch backwards like that and you've got a changeup around 82, 83 and a slider around the same speed with that glove side movement, it makes that 93, 94 look more like 96, 97 late in these counts.
Can you put away Guerrero here? Man at first, 2 outs. Giolito's 1-2. Swinging a line drive towards short and caught on a line by Story to his right and down to his knees. Inning over. Giolito's been great, and he is through 5. We hit the halfway point at Fenway, and it is 9-1 Red Sox on top of Toronto on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
4th of July deals are on at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances, including the Samsung Bespoke French Door Refrigerator featuring beverage center and dual ice maker. Plus, when you buy more, you save more. Now's the perfect time to upgrade your home with top Samsung appliances and hot 4th of July savings at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river. Give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine. Give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
An avalanche of offense from the Red Sox so far today with 3 runs each of the first 3 innings and a 9-1 lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th at Fenway. Jarren Duran, Roman Anthony, and Abraham Toro against a new arm who comes on, and Paxton Schultz for Toronto. First pitch is upstairs for strike 1 to Jarren Duran in the Herb Chambers batting order.
Duran and Sogard need to join the party tonight. Everybody's gotten a hit so far. Still a lot of baseball left. I want to see him get hot. I feel like he's going to be a key piece of this lineup.
The 0-1. Duran checks his swing. Pitch was elevated, and he went around on appeal to third. 0-2 on Jarren.
Yeah, when he's on the base pass, so many good things happen for the Red Sox. He just needs to go out there and keep that approach where he's driving the ball toward the monster. That opposite field approach, the line drive approach.
Again, he talked last night about beating himself up with his struggles and putting more pressure on himself. Alex Cora said it's the other way around. Just breathe and let the game come to you. Schultz's 0-2 is up high. 1-2 on Duran. He did walk and score in the 3rd. Otherwise, a strikeout and a pop-out and foul ground to 3rd back in the 2nd. Base is empty, bottom of the 5th. Schultz 1-2 is inside, 2-2 with Schultz working for the 2nd night in a row, the big-bodied right-hander. This Red Sox offense with an awakening here in this game. A sight for sore eyes with the Red Sox mired in a 6-game losing streak. Schultz with a waist high set in the 2-2. Duran swings and he skies it foul, 3rd base side on a heater at 93.
Yeah, for you wrestling fans out there, The Undertaker, I keep going to that gif where he's in the coffin, he like raises up. That's the Red Sox offense currently. Just, we're alive.
For as famous as The Undertaker is, the gif might be more famous now.
Absolutely. If you don't know who he is, you've seen that gif.
Yeah. 2-2. Misses. No, it's called a strike. Jaron Duran didn't think so. Outside part of the plate looked like it might be off. Duran tilts his head to his left as he walks back to the dugout. He is out number 1 in the bottom of the 5th inning. So 1 away, and it brings up Roman Anthony. Bullpen Report is brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. It's 81 pitches on the other side for Lucas Giolito. First pitch to Anthony misses inside ball 1. So just some late stretching a few moments ago in the Red Sox bullpen, and everybody is seated as you would expect. And very nice to see that Chris Murphy is now part of the big league roster. 1-0 to Anthony is high. 2-0.
Yeah, having another lefty out of the pen like Murphy, he's got more strikeouts than innings pitched going back to 23. He's about 15 months out of Tommy John surgery, but Brendan Bernardino's thrown so many innings, so many outings so far this year. He's on pace for around 70 appearances this season. So to be able to give him a break and have another lefty go out there and take some of the brunt of these outings is going to be key.
2-0 missed up. 3-0 on Roman Anthony. Yeah, if you missed it pregame with Dan Ball, Chris Murphy reinstated off the 60-day injured list. Luis Guerrero onto the injured list. 3-0 is a get-me-over strike. 3-1 on Roman Anthony. He was grounded out to second, singled, and had a comebacker to the mound at Fisher when he came on in the 3rd. Red Sox up 9-1, bottom of the 5th inning. 1 out, base is empty. Paxton Schultz 3-1. Anthony takes a strike, and it's a full count. And so Murphy's back, and the Red Sox trying to get a length for a second start in a row to begin this homestand.
Yeah, we have a lot of people, a lot of reinforcements coming back. Tanner Houck's going to be making another rehab outing. Moss is running around. Bregman's running around. Couldn't come soon enough, really.
Jordan Hicks pitched last night again with Worcester. 3-2 is swung on and pop foul, third base side.
That's a really good arm. He tried starting, didn't really work out, went into the bullpen. When you've got 96 to 100 miles an hour, I tell you what, if you could locate that, change some speeds, and keep that aggressive approach, the 8th, the 7th inning roll, even maybe the 9th inning, depending on the situation, could really use that.
3-2 is swung on at a broken bat roller that beats the shift down the left field line for Roman Anthony. Big turnaround first. He motors to second, and he's there standing up with a shift beating double with 1 out here in the 5th. And Roman Anthony's got another 2-hit day.
It almost sounded like a broken bat, but I tell you what, good at bat right there, getting to a 3-2 count, having him throw that pitch down the middle, is actually enter third. Well-placed baseball for a second double 2 days in a row.
So a single in the 2nd, like we said, and now the double from Roman Anthony after he worked it full. Continues to work good at bats. 9-1 Red Sox in the 5th, and now Abraham Toro, who's been aboard all 3 times. First pitch, and Toro takes a strike. It's exciting about Hicks. Of course, we're all eager to see. The Red Sox have had reported interest in him before. Alex Cora said pregame he hadn't yet talked to the group that will provide the info on Hicks yesterday, but Cy was throwing hard. Pitch is swung on and fouled away. Third base side, 0-2 on Toro. Jordan Hicks mechanically felt clean yesterday, and so staff is waiting to see how he reacts and recovers today from that outing last night.
Yeah, we're coming back from a toe injury, so you want to see how he's moving around the mound, see if he's able to field his position, see if he's able to get off the mound.
0-2's outside, 1-2 on Toro.
And yeah, typically after you're out, you'll feel a certain way, but you really want to feel how it's going to feel the next day. There's always residual effects 24 hours later.
And again, Alex Bregman's been around as well. Was running around very lightly. If I know my Alex Cora Spanish translation pretty well from pregame, I think he said he was running at 30%.
Well, it looked more than that for me. I was over in the Nesson studio looking down, and he was running with the trainer around the perimeter of the infield dirt, and it looks like he was getting after a pretty good clip.
All right.
It was very encouraging. Didn't look like he was favoring it at all.
1-2 is fouled back. Still 1-2 on Abraham Toro. And Bregman is wearing the blue with these yellow uniforms the Red Sox have. He's hanging out, top step in the dugout on the first base side. 1-2 is high. 2-2 on Abraham Toro with the Red Sox up 9-1 in the 5th.
I mean, he just screams manager one day. I don't know if he wants to go that route, but honestly, Just see it one day, putting on a skipper hat.
Yeah, he lives and breathes this. 2-2 is down. Toro takes in a full count. By the way, the Red Sox injury report is brought to you by Ketchus Law Group. Champions for the injured with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. Roman Anthony's at second. There's one out in the bottom of the fifth for the Red Sox, who are rolling. 3-2. Toro swings and he ropes one into right field, a base hit. Roman Anthony gets a stop sign at third. That was pounded by Abraham Toro, who's got 2 hits plus a couple of walks. He's been aboard all 4 times. He singles, and the Red Sox have him at the corners, up 9-1 in the 5th inning.
Again, another great at-bat extending. He got down 0-2, was able to see 4 balls in a row, and then ended up getting a nice fastball, and he was able to do damage through it.
Again, just working another plate appearance like he did with that 10-pitch battle in the first before he singled. At the corners for Carlos Narvaez, and the first pitch is swung on and looped in the air to shallow right. Nathan Lucas comes on. He makes the catch. Anthony tags but bluffs and retreats to third on a ball that was not deep enough to right, as Narvaez flies out to Lucas, and there's 2 down.
So with Toro, I said 4 balls, and it was 3 balls in a row. He fouled one of those off. But again, it's about extending these at-bats. If you can extend bats like that, the pitcher has to come to you. It's the second time he's done that in this game. Outstanding game for Toro. Really great approach.
Yeah, it really has been. Hey, want to win free groceries for a year and prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards, or your child has an honorary Bat Kid? Well, enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. You spend $50, you get your code, and enter GrandSlamsSummerSweeps.com. Here's Willier with runners at the corners. First pitch, he swings and he grounds it to third on a hop. Barger gloves. He fires low to first. Good pick by Ernie Clement. And the inning's over. The Red Sox leave him at the corners despite the double from Roman Anthony. Through 5 at Fenway, Red Sox 9, Blue Jays 1 on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's knows how to help you save. This July 4th, get up to 40% off select Maytag laundry appliances. Plus, get an additional 10% off when you buy 2 or 3 select major appliances. And when you buy 4 or more, you'll save an additional 20%. Find the right appliances and features that fit your home's unique needs and style. Shop Maytag 4th of July deals at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shadin Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and find out why Shadin sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shadin is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
Let's be honest, you've been portrayed as a monster.
Yes.
Evil, maniacal.
What's it like to interview a killer? 48 Hours is taking you inside what we've learned about the criminal mind. This is Killer Conversation. You can follow and listen to Killer Conversation on Tuesdays in the 48 Hours podcast feed on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
So far, so good for Lucas Giolito. 5 innings and just an unearned run with 4 strikeouts and only 1 walk. 9-1 Sox lead. We start the 6th with Alejandro Kirk fouling back the first pitch. 0-1 with 4, 5, and 6 on the way for Toronto. In the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Mini of Boston. Giolito at 82 pitches here in this 6th inning. The big righty's 0-1. Is down to Kirk. Ball and a strike. What a find Alejandro Kirk has been for Toronto. Jays years ago had a scout at a showcase to watch another player. Kirk caught their eye and he signed for the low price of $7,500. The 1-1. Kirk swings and he rolls it left side on the ground at short. Trevor Story backhands, he runs, and he throws to first to retire Kirk, and there is one away.
You really are correct. I mean, he can hit the ball. He's a professional hitter. He's been outstanding behind the plate. You can't get a used car for $7,500 right now. Come on. He's been a staple back there for the Blue Jays behind the plate. Really good player. Not a typical body type either, but he's a straight athlete.
Maybe a little hoopty, but that's about it for $7,500.
My first car was $2,000. Didn't run. Didn't run. We had to put work into it.
That seems like an oxymoron. Here's George Springer, first pitch swinging. He skies it to right. Abreu drifts over toward the pesky pole. He's got a room, and he makes the catch, and there's 2 down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lenny DiNardo, you said we like 4 pitches or fewer in an at-bat. How about 4 pitches total for 2 outs for Giolito in the 6th? And now Nathan Lucas takes strike 1 from Giolito.
Tell you, you do that, you might be flirting with the 8th inning at some point today. I like 6, I like 7, but I tell you what, he's rolling. Why not stick with the hot hand?
Red Sox up 9-1 here in the 6th. The 0-1. Lucas swings and lines it towards short. On a hop, Story gloves. Well positioned up the middle. He throws out Lucas, and that is tidy work. A 6-pitch, 1-2-3, top of the 6th. Lenny, we love those. The Red Sox have the lead 9-1 on Toronto on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
Risk is the show where people tell true stories they never thought they'd dare to share. A podcast all about human connection and radical honesty. All through June for Pride Month, Risk will be featuring the stories of LGBTQ folks from all walks of life. You'll laugh, cry, and maybe even end up feeling a little bit better. Go get Risk on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash-in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at bottlelotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at bottlelotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
The Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. For every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, the Arbella Insurance Foundation donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Bottom 6 begins with the first pitch in for strike 1 to Trevor Story. Red Sox up 9-1 against Paxton Schultz, third arm of the day for Toronto. 6, 7, and 8 for the Sox in the Herb Chambers batting order. 0-1. Story takes a little bit downstairs. A ball and a strike on the breaking ball. To Trevor, who has walked, supplied a 2-run single in the second, and has a fly out to right so far. Great day for this Red Sox offense against the starter Chris Bassett. 1-1 is cut on and missed. 1-2 on Story.
That's been the pitch right there. Kind of his downfall is being able to control the strike zone with that breaking ball, that slider down and away from him. There's a lot of swing and miss in that zone. And it's not a strike. Typically, it's not a strike. When it is a strike, he's able to get the barrel to it.
It's been a better month of June for Trevor. Felt like he got hot right when the Sox went to Atlanta. 1-2 is swung on and rolled down the third base line. Fair ball, hugging the chalk. Bounces off the angled sidewall. Story bolts into second, and he slides in foot first ahead of the throw. And he's got a leadoff double to begin the bottom of the 6th inning. His second hit, his third time aboard, and nicely done by Trevor Story.
And again, that's another slider. You look at the location. That's not quite as low as the swing and miss slider. He was able to do damage on that one. Anytime you're pitching to Trevor, you throw a slider down the middle, or if it makes any contact with the strike zone, that's what he's capable of doing. You got to get that ball down in the zone to be effective.
So he's on for the third time and out of the 7 spot for Romy Gonzalez. A single and a double, 2 for 3 so far. First pitch misses down, ball 1. So Romy here, and then Nick Sogard. And Who's on Deck is brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. 12 hits for the Red Sox in this one. 1-0. This is inside 2-0 on Romy. Red Sox up 9-1, bottom of the 6th inning here at Fenway. Two-0 pitch. Romy swings and he vaults this one to right. Not deep, and Nathan Lucas circles and makes the catch. Trevor Story bluffs and does not test the arm of Lucas, who fires in anyway with an accurate throw. Gonzalez flies out to right, and there's one away. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of WEEI and the Boston Red Sox. So here is Sogard, 1 out and Story at second. Red Sox up 9-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Sogard's been hit by a pitch, has walked, and has a fly out to center. First pitch is a little bit high, ball 1. It's been a good day for the Red Sox. First multi-hit game for Roman Anthony in his young major league career. He's done that from the 2 spot in the lineup. Came in with 6 hits total. 1-0 is in for a strike over the outside edge. 1-1 on Nick Sogard. .31 pitches in relief from Paxton Schultz, and the big righty peers home with a 1-1. Sogard takes inside. 2-1 the count.
Tell you what, not expanding outside the strike zone. Good strike zone awareness from Sogard right here. Now 2-1 count. He has to come to him, see if he can get a good pitch to hit.
That was a pretty good take, down and in. Hitters count, like you said, 2-1. Sogard swings and lines it over the jumping third baseman Barger into left field. Story rounds third and scores from second. Nick Sogard delivers an RBI single, and the Red Sox add on and make it 10-1 here in the 6th inning.
How many times can I say approach in this broadcast? But I tell you what, that's the biggest difference between yesterday and today. You see the approach. They're putting themselves in situations where the pitcher has to come to them with good pitches to hit, and look at the line drive swing. A lot of line drive swings today, not trying to hit the ball at the ballpark, just poking it out to the outfield.
Really nicely done by Sogard the opposite way. He's at first for Cedon. First pitch, and Rafaela takes strike 1. So 10-1 Red Sox, bottom of the 6th inning, trying to even up this series and snap the 6-game skid. First time scoring double figures since 20 days ago against the Yankees. Schultz 0-1. Rafaela swings, launches, left field up toward the monster, and gone! 2-run shot, Cedon Rafaela, and it is an onslaught, and the Red Sox lead it 12-1 in the 6th.
Tell you what, they're gonna get their home runs, but they just have to wait until they get a good pitch to hit. Rafaela has the capability to putting the ball over the monster. We've seen it, right? But that's not the approach. It's a line drive approach. Once in a while, when you miss the ball underneath it just a little bit, you're going to get swings like that. That's damage right there, especially after yesterday's game. This is a statement piece from the offense. They had the capability to go out there and change and be an offensive force if they keep that same mentality at the plate.
Cedon is grinning ear to ear beneath the Wally mask, revealing his braces and the young face that is bright, with a 2-run shot that pelts the green signage atop the monster. Now Jarren Duran takes ball 1. How about 12-1 Red Sox after they got shut out last night?
Especially off a guy like Bassett earlier. This is a guy that's vying to be an all-star this season, having a really good year.
1-0 pitch. Duran swings and tips it foul right at home plate, 1-1. And a big-time swing from Rafaela. came off his bat at 105 miles an hour. Traveled 400 feet for his 9th home run of the season. Pointed skyward as he rounded first base, and he knew it off the bat as well. That thing was touched. So bases empty, 1 out for Duran. Walked in third. Pitches outside 2-1 on a changeup that missed from Schultz.
Ball left a dent in the car rental sign up there.
You don't want the dent in the car rental, because then you're paying. But the signage, that's fine.
Was that there before we rented the car? Was that there after?
I think so. 2-1.
That was there. That was there.
3-1. I hate when, and I rent cars a lot. Like,
oh, sure.
They go around and they make you look at all parts of the car.
And you're always nervous. Like, you know exactly where they're at. I didn't do that, I promise.
That wasn't me backing out. It was DiNardo. 3-1. Duran takes high and walks again. So 5-pitch walk. Jared Duran's aboard with 1 out in this 6th inning with the Red Sox up 12-1. And John Schneider's coming out to make a move to the bullpen. 40 pitches in relief from Paxton Schultz, working for the 2nd time in as many nights. And the Blue Jays will make another move. Roman Anthony's got a 2-hit day going, and he will bat again when we come back to Fenway Park. 12-1 Red Sox on top of Toronto in the 6th on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Hey, it's Roman Anthony. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
And Roman Anthony will come to bat next for the Red Sox here in this bottom of the 6th against a new arm in Mason Fluharty, who comes on for the Blue Jays. Red Sox up 12-1, a 2-run shot this inning from Cedano Rafaela. Time to check out the Subaru of New England scoreboard. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. We'll get you the Pirates score. They've come out of a rain delay in Pittsburgh. They're up 3-1 on Juan Soto and the Mets in the bottom of the 2nd, and that's because we're thinking of everyone around baseball today, and particularly the family, friends, and loved ones of Dave Parker, who has unfortunately passed away at the age of 74 when he was a few weeks away from being enshrined in Cooperstown in the Hall of Fame. So we share with everyone in the baseball world, passing along our condolences to the Cobra.
Yeah, what a great career. 1973 to 91. Ended up with the Blue Jays in that 91 club.
Here's Roman Anthony, first pitch down and away from the lefty Fluharty.
I mean, the accolades are endless. 7-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champion, NL MVP in 78, 3-time Gold Glove Award winner. I mean, I tell you what, I'm glad that he was able to know that he was getting into the Hall of Fame, though, before he passed away.
The 1-0. It's a strike top of the zone, 1-1 on Anthony.
Well-deserved honor.
A fierce hitter, a 2-time batting champ, a former MVP in the National League back in 1978. A couple of World Series rings, one with the Pirates in 79 and then one with the A's in 89. Man at first, 1 out 6th inning, the 1-1. Anthony swings and fouls it back, and it's 1-2. And as far as good nicknames go, the Cobra is up there.
That's up there for sure.
So rest in peace. Such a talent, a great arm out there as well. 12-1 Red Sox on top of Toronto. 1-2. Anthony lays off a breaking ball twisting down and away from Fluharty, and it's 2-2. Well, Roman Anthony has singled in the 2nd, and then he doubled the opposite way in the 5th. first multi-hit game of his young career in game number 17. 2-2. Anthony swings, pulls one down the right field line, and that'll twist foul beyond the pesky pole.
It was only a matter of time. He's been hitting the ball extremely hard. A lot of them right at the defenders. But again, he's taking his walks, crushing the ball off the bat. It's only a matter of time before those balls start to fall. And you've seen two today kind of sneak in past the third baseman in that second one.
2-2's downstairs, 3-2. And you're waiting for his first Fenway home run as well. Of course, he had the home run about 2 weeks ago in Seattle, first of his major league career, and the only one so far. Duran's at first, one out, 3-2 pitch. Anthony went around and misses at the cutter, away from Fluharty at 91, and Anthony strikes out for out number 2 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, that was a pitcher's pitch right there, right on the black, just barely in the strike zone. Really good pitch. Looks like he went around, but either way, it was a strike.
And so Anthony set down, dispatched by Fluharty, and there's 2 away for Abraham Toro. That's from the right side for the first time today and takes down and in ball 1. Red Sox 12, Blue Jays 1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 singles, 2 walks for Abraham Toro. The 1-0. That's a strike on the inside part of the plate. Didn't look like it had to be, but 1-1 on Abraham Toro.
Yeah, looking at Fluharty, this is very similar to my mentality on the mound. A lot of cutters and sweepers and curveballs going glove side. Not a ton of action arm side. Kind of making sure you're trying to jam the righties.
1-1 is swung on and bounced. Jam shot to short. Bo Bichette gloves and throws on the run to retire Toro. And the inning's over. But the Red Sox get 3 more in the bottom of the 6th. And through 6 at Fenway Park. They lead Toronto 12-1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
There are 2 types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shadon Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shadon brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
You want to grow your business. I mean, who doesn't? Constant Contact's marketing platform makes marketing way easier and way more effective. Even if you know nothing about marketing, you can easily create email, text, social, events, and digital campaigns in just a few clicks. It's why over 500,000 business owners trust Constant Contact for their digital marketing needs. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall. Get a free 30-day trial when you go to ConstantContact.com. ConstantContact.com.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 7/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Maximum initial battery voltage measured without a workload is 20 volts. Nominal voltage is 18.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan's here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Top 7, Fenway Park. Red Sox up 12-1 on Toronto on the strength of 14 hits. And a really good outing from Lucas Giolito, who is back out for the 7th at 87 pitches for the bottom third of the lineup. Starts with Ernie Clement, and Giolito's first pitch is in for strike 1 against the 7th spot in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Pre-Owned Cars and Trucks. And so many strikes from Giolito.
Yeah, that's number 58 for Giolito. That's been the key for him, getting strike 1.
0-1 is a check swing foul into the first base seats, and just like that, it's 0-2.
A lot of 0-2 counts today. Big-time conveyor belt mentality. We talk about the importance of getting these hitters in and out. 6-pitch inning, last inning. I tell you what, take that all day.
And like you said, 2/3 strikes. 0-2. Clement takes high. Giolito kind of looks back in frustration. A curveball that he's now smiling about, kind of tucking his tongue to the side of his mouth there. I think that one slipped.
It's a little slip, little misfire, but you can still use that. You can look at what the hitter did, kind of ducked.
1-2 is swung on in line into left center field. A base hit for Ernie Clement. 2-strike single on a pitch down in the zone, and Clement's got a leadoff knock to begin the 7th.
That's a good piece of hitting by Clement right there. Kind of stayed in there, especially off the previous pitch where he's ducking out of the box off that misfired curveball. Good adjustment right there to stay away with the barrel.
Clement is a very impressive player this year. It's been excellent defense. The average coming in was at 309 today. He's on for Andrés Jiménez. First pitch, he swings and he fouls it back. 0-1. Jimenez, who has struck out twice in his 2 looks at Giolito so far. Sox up 12-1 on the Jays. Mike Monaco, Lenny DiNardo with you. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday evening wherever you're tuned in from. 0-1. Swinging a fly ball, lazily hit into shallow right. Wilyer Abreu comes on. He looks up and makes a one-hand catch for the first out here in the top of the 7th.
It's your typical changeup swing right there, way out in front, way out in his front foot. You've got 93 to 95, and your changeup comes there at 82. That's what we talk about when it's back in front of the box. It's a different dimension other than up, down, east, and west.
The best example was in the 4th when Giolito struck out Andrés Jiménez with a change and then smiled about it.
He's having a lot of fun today. A lot of smiles out there. Why not?
Miles Straw, the batter, and he swings through the first pitch, diving down and away with a slider. 0-1, and that'll be more fun for Giolito.
You know, one thing I noticed when I had a really good outing is I don't remember much after the game. It just kind of blows by. But you remember everything, every detail about that bad outing. The baby crying in the front row, what you had for your pregame meal, just everything sticks with you. Outings like this, they just kind of float by. You don't even think about it. You're in just remote mode.
0-1 was fouled away right at home plate. 0-2 on Straw. I'm going to give you a pitch to think about it. But I want to know from an unfortunately bad outing, which baby crying maybe or anything of the sort sticks with you the most? Like which moment has stuck in your head the most over time? 0-2 pitch. Straw takes down and away 1-2.
Well, my last outing in the big leagues was in Minnesota, and it was awful. It was awful. It was just, I don't know how many outings or how many innings I pitched that day, but it was just terrible ballpark. We were in the Dome.
Yeah.
Terrible clubhouse. I remember everything about that. But the outing itself, just uncomfortable, just not getting ahead of hitters, getting hit around.
Pitch is swung on a ground into short. Story to his left. Glove fit. Bare hand throw from Sogard, not in time. That would have been spectacular from Story and Sogard. Instead, they get the force on Clement, and just that, and not a double play ball, and Alex Cora will not challenge. Whoa, that was slick. Story flipped it with the glove. Sogard barehanded on the turn at second.
That was a great effort right there. He got down the line to beat that out, but I tell you what, the effort was there. That was a tough ball to get to by Story. Only thing he had to do in order to get it there in time was throw it to him with the glove. Sogard catching it, touching the bag with his right foot, grabbing it and throwing it, making that throw. Really, really close play.
Well, now we're going to get a pinch hitter here in the leadoff spot in the lineup before we get back to Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Oh, man, you get my line out? Oh, boy.
In the spot of Bo Bichette in the leadoff spot, Will Wagner is going to hit. And he swings through the first pitch, and it is 0-1. The son of Billy Wagner. And Will Wagner, a 26-year-old, made his major league debut late last season. And just onto the big league roster today will bat. 0-1. And this is inside, a ball and a strike from Giolito. Yeah, I got you. 2009 October for Kansas City against the Twins. We're not going to go into the line. But you grinded, I will say that.
Did I grind?
46 pitches.
Oof. Didn't grind enough.
The 1-1 is a strike to Will Wagner, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, it's one of those where you'd like to go out on a strong note. Didn't happen, but is what it is.
But we did get a tweet sent out us yesterday about that great outing you had for Lancaster.
Yeah, that was actually, 4 years later, trying to make a comeback. pitching it for Butch Hobson's Lancaster Barnstormers. And you know what? When you're pitching in the Atlantic League, it's a spot where Rich Hill got the call and furthered his career a number of years after getting the call, and then you throw a no-hitter and you expect the phone to ring, and I got crickets, so I ended up retiring after that year.
1-2 is swung on and lined on a hop to short. Caroms off the glove of Sogard and into right field. Miles Straw goes to third. He'll stop there on a ball gently hit off the bat of Will Wagner to the pull side at second, and he's aboard at first with 2 outs for Giolito here in the 7th.
Yeah, that's a ball 9 out of 10 times. Sogard will tell you he would get to that. Just kind of misplayed it off the glove.
So Wagner gets on, and here comes Andrew Bailey to visit.
A little bit of a breather right here.
They do charge an error to Sogard there. And yeah, Bailey visits with Zach Kelly up in the Red Sox bullpen in the pitch count at 102. Hey, today's 7th inning is sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get a Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. And we got that tweet about your great gem for the Barnstormers. We love hearing where folks are listening from. You can tweet us at Soxbooth, at Mike Monaco _ at, is it just at Lenny DiNardo?
I think, or at DiNardo Lenny.
Oh.
I believe.
Plot twist. Here's Addison Barger, first pitch swinging, fouled away third base side.
And be kind.
Yes, of course that. No, we just like to know where people are listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And who Lenny can beat up the next time we hear the 4th inning bell.
Ding, ding.
That's pretty good. Red Sox up 12-1, top of the 7th. Giolito trying to get through 7. His 0-1. Barger cuts and misses on a fastball up the ladder at 94. Still good juice for Giolito, and it's 0-2.
This really would be a cherry on top, going 0-2. If this were to be his last batter face tonight, going 0-2, nice put-away pitch right here. You know he's feeling it.
Giolito's ready with a waist-high set, and at 0-2. Barger swings and misses and strikes out. Filthy slider from Lucas Giolito, who exults as he gets through 7. 7 innings of 1-run ball, and the run unearned back in the 3rd. We hit the stretch at Fenway. 12-1 Red Sox on top of Toronto on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Mazda? Once you discover the Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid, Mazda, it doesn't take long to get it. With 3 rows, a luxurious interior, and the ability to go all electric, it's flexible enough for nearly any journey. It will have you saying, Mazda. The Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrid. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
4th of July deals are on at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 40% off select major appliances, including the Samsung Bespoke French Door Refrigerator featuring beverage center and dual ice maker. Plus, when you buy more, you save more. Now's the perfect time to upgrade your home with top Samsung appliances and hot 4th of July savings at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash in product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Big day for the Red Sox. They put up 12 runs on 14 hits, and they lead this 12-1 as we come out of the 7th inning stretch into the home half of the frame with Carlos Narvaez leading off in the Herb Chambers batting order against Mason Fluharty. And the first pitch is in for strike one, lefty to righty. So Lucas Giolito pumped his fist after he got the strikeout on the slider to end 7 innings of work. Big time stuff from Giolito. 0-1. Narvaez swings and misses, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, he really was impressive today. You talk about the 3 outings before this, all 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 19 strikeouts. But today, I tell you what, this was the most impressive of them all. I mean, he just continued to pound the strike zone, getting ahead, making pitches. A lot of smiles from Giolito today.
0-2 is swung on and roped into left field. A base hit on the ground from Carlos Narvaez. He's got a leadoff single to begin the bottom of the 7th and his second hit of the ball game.
And I think the most important thing about his outing is the fact that it happened on a day when this offense broke out. It happened a day after. It was probably one of the most deflating games this season for this Red Sox club. They lost 6 in a row. They cannot go out and continue to play the same type of baseball. And today they turned a corner. If they can continue to have any semblance of what they've done offensively and pitching today, they should go on and win a lot more ball games.
Well, they have done that on both sides today. Here's Wilyer Abreu, and he fouls off the first pitch behind home plate. 0-1. 12-1 in this bottom of the 7th. Hey, fresh cherries are bursting with flavor now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Northwest cherries, $1.97 a pound. You can get curbside pickup or delivery. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. Lenny's hungry. The 0-1 is cut on and missed. 0-2.
You see me looking at you when you were doing the cherry read? It's like, cherries sound good right now.
It's like 50% as good as Joe Castiglione does it.
You're up there. You're up there. You're almost there.
There's nothing like hearing Joe doing a Shaw's and Star Market read.
I might stop at my local Shaw's on the way home and grab some cherries now just because of those 2 reads.
0-2 is tipped foul right at home plate by Abreu.
It's a little strange, though. I go to my local Shaw's down in Wakefield, Rhode Island, and I'll hear Joe over the loudspeaker, and I'm like, I do a double take every time. Hey, it's Joe C.
That's awesome. I got to work with one of his all-time favorites, Jackie Bradley Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Last weekend. 0-2 is swung on and fouled back by Abreu. Still 0-2.
How's he liking the switch to broadcasting?
I think very much enjoying it.
Good.
Yeah,
good.
Was working with Jackie for ESPN at the College World Series, so college baseball, of course. And Jackie's a natural at it. No surprise.
That's great to hear.
And one of the nicest guys around.
But if he can talk baseball half as well as he can catch a baseball in the outfield, he's going to do all right.
Abreu swings and misses and strikes out on an 0-2 that was down. And there's one away for the Red Sox in the 7th, up 12-1. Yeah, he could go and get it.
Very impressive.
In the outfield.
Oh, yeah.
He was still playing as recently as last season. And speaking of indie ball, he went through some really good stretches in indie ball and got a chance to get back into affiliated baseball down the stretch.
Yeah, he was with the Ducks, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Long Island Ducks. If you're trying to get back into the game with affiliated baseball, the Atlantic League is the premier league. A lot of former big leaguers, AAA guys, minor league guys make comebacks just by going out and having seasons in that league.
Nate Eaton's going to pinch hit here for Trevor Story from the right side. The first pitch is in for strike 1. 1 out, 1 on as Eaton bats for Story, who walked, had a 2-run single in the 2nd, and then doubled to the pull side his last time in the 6th. So a good day with the bat for Trevor. Fluharty's 0-1. Eaton takes up and away 1-1. Got the wave going around here at Fenway Park with good vibes in the bottom of the 7th.
Nate Eaton threw an inning last night. You wonder if the Blue Jays are going to have a position player at some point this game, down 12-1.
Check the arm. How's Eaton feeling today?
That's a good question. He's up to 77.
The 1-1. Eaton takes high and tight, bends out of the way backwards, 2-1.
I think his hardest fastball yesterday was 77, and he's down to maybe, 52, I believe, if I recall, something like that.
Yeah, he ran the gamut in terms of velo. Meantime, Lucas Giolito was great today for the Red Sox. 2-1. Eaton swings and fouls it back. Giolito's in the Red Sox dugout right now, first base side, chatting with Garrett Crochet. Alex Bregman's over there as well. 3 guys who have done a lot in their careers. 2-2. Eaton takes outside, full count. Speaking of Crochet, we could have a really interesting pitching matchup a couple of days from now here at Fenway. If things stay online, Garrett Crochet against Chase Burns. Former, second overall pick?
This could be a good outing. I actually am coming to the game the next day.
3-2 is popped up behind the second base bank. Jimenez backs up, makes the catch for out number 2.
I didn't look at the matchups, and I've got some cousins coming into town. I'm like, hey, let's go to a game. I'm coming the next day.
Oh.
I really wanted to come in town to see Tito Francona, my old pitching coach, Derek Johnson. And I figured, since they're in town, so I might as well see if we can catch a nice ball game without working.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe have a beer and a hot dog.
I love it. Just the day off. That's all right.
Yeah, I'll take it.
2 outs. Narvaez at first, and the batter is Romy Gonzalez. First pitch, and Romy takes ball 1 away. Red Sox up 12-1, bottom of the 7th. We'll get you the results of our poll from the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day at Sox Booth on Twitter. Get a closer look at Chevy's award-winning lineup at your New England Chevy Dealers. Find exciting offers, too, on the powerful Silverado and feature-packed all-new Equinox. 1-0 misses with a sweeper, and it's 2-0. So, question was earlier, and you said that you had your thoughts on it, best Red Sox trade deadline deal since 2010. Erod in 14, Evaldi or Pierce in 18, or Schwarber in 21. 2-0 is swung on a crack deep in the air to center field by Romy. Way back toward the wall, and that ball is gone! Crushed by Romy to center. 2-run shot for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th, and it is an onslaught. 14-1 at Fenway, and that ball was demolished.
Once again, the Red Sox get themselves in a hitter's count, 2-0. You know Fluharty, 90% of what he throws is going to be working its way inside to a right-hand batter. And again, when you're 2-0, you can look for something right down the middle. He ended up getting that cutter. He was able to do damage on that, drove it dead center field. Really good swing.
446 feet for Romy Gonzalez on his 3rd home run of the season. And now Nick Sogard from the right side goes first pitch swinging, and he loops one into right toward the line, and it drops down a fair ball. Takes a hop off the chalk into the seats for an automatic double for Nick Sogard, who's aboard for the 4th time today, and doubles here in the bottom of the 7th.
You'll take it. That's a nice double off the wall in the book. But I tell you what, just kind of jam job right there, well placed right down the line. Had a little English on it, so it bounced into the stands.
So Sogard follows a double after Romy's big fly that was just cracked and pounded to center. 2 more for the Red Sox here in the 7th, and 14-1. Here is St. Don. He goes first pitch swinging on the ground at 3rd. Addison Barger gloves, and he throws out Rafaela, and the inning's over. 2-run shot for Romy Gonzalez, and the Red Sox add on. 2 touchdowns for the Sox. 14-1 on Toronto on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
Oh, IXL.
And it's really helping your kids?
Oh, yeah. IXL figures out where each kid needs support and gives them the practice they need. Go Chipmunks!
Go Chipmunks! So my 3rd grader and my high schooler could both use IXL?
Yep.
Are we talking about IXL?
Do your kids use IXL too?
Sure do. Research shows 20 minutes a week helps improve kids' test scores.
Go IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Lowe's knows how to help you save. This July 4th, get up to 40% off select Whirlpool kitchen appliances. Plus, get an additional 10% off when you buy 2 or 3 select major appliances. And when you buy 4 or more, you'll save an additional 20%. Find the right appliances and features that fit your kitchen's unique needs and style. Shop Whirlpool 4th of July deals at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cool off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash and product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All Red Sox today, 14-1 as we go to the top of the 8th inning at Fenway Park. And the day's done for Lucas Giolito, as we all expected. He got through 7 innings, 1 unearned run, and he was dynamite on 105 pitches. And now welcome back to the major leagues. Chris Murphy pumps in a first pitch fastball in 94 for ball 1 to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And what a welcome sight for Chris Murphy, who we last saw toward the end of the 23 season. His 1-0, cut and a miss, and a really good looking slider to the back foot. 1-1 as Murphy makes his return from Tommy John.
Nasty slider right there. He's about 15 months out. Murphy's a guy that can go back-to-back days. They really need that arm out of the bullpen, especially with Bernie. So many appearances so far.
1-1 is bounced on the ground to second, and Nick Sogard gloves and sidearms the retired Guerrero. And there's one away here in the top of the 8th inning. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Nissan's here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. So now to the cleanup spot in the Blue Jays lineup in the Herb Chambers batting order, sponsored by Herb Chambers Sprinter Vans of Somerville and Peabody. Here's Alejandro Kirk. First pitch is in for a called strike with a slider from Murphy. Chris Murphy said in spring training this year that he was crossing his fingers that he'd be back in the first half this season. Said he hoped this would be the case, and he's back in game 84. 0-1 is outside with a fastball, 1-1. Long rehab process, of course, coming back from the Tommy John that, like you said, was in April of last year. So missed the entire season after it flared up during spring training. The 1-1. That's a strike, top of the zone, 1-2.
Slider's looking good. He's got a 94 mile-an-hour fastball today.
A lot of rehab work for Chris Murphy in the minor leagues as well before today. Is 1-2. Just misses the back door. Tried the curveball there, and it's 2-2 on Kirk. Alex Cora said pregame that Chris Murphy can give you back-to-back outings. Said they needed to make a roster move, so it just made sense after last night with Guerrero landing on the IL. 2-2. Swinging a foul back from Kirk. Alex Cora said they are pleased with the progress of Chris Murphy, where he's at physically as well. Red Sox are up 14-1 in the top of the 8th inning. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty curveball from Chris Murphy, and welcome back to the big leagues. A strikeout of Alejandro Kirk, and there's 2 down with the bases empty in the 8th.
Yeah, you can see the difference between that slider and the curveball. The slider more east to west action. That's off the table at 75. Completely fooled Kirk way out on his front foot, pulled his head. And again, you back it up, you've got that 94 mile-an-hour fastball that you have to respect as well. Good angles right there.
Jonathan Clase will bat in for George Springer, and he fouls off the first pitch third base side. So Red Sox with 14 runs on 17 hits. They do have 2 errors. Box Score is brought to you by the Mass State Lottery. Let's make it the best night ever. Grab your friends, pick your numbers, and celebrate the night with Keno and the Mass State Lottery. Must be 18 years or older to play. 0-1 is grounded to first, and a glove play by Toro takes it to the bag himself. And the inning's over. So 3 up, 3 down, and Chris Murphy's returned to the major leagues. 14-1. Red Sox on top of the Blue Jays in the middle of the 8th inning at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
The march to spring training and opening day is upon us. Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring here, and we'll have you covered every single day with podcasts that aim to educate, entertain, and inform you as a baseball fan. Follow Baseballs and Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel or that white chocolate mocha. Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
There are giants among us. They're the men and women building and sustaining our Navy's next generation submarines. If you're ready to go big, get on board. We build giants at buildsubmarines.com. Paid for by the U.S. Department of the Navy in partnership with Blue Forge Alliance.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Bottom of the 8th inning starts with the Red Sox up 14-1, and it has been so good for the Sox so far today across the board as the first pitch misses to Jarren Duran against the catcher Tyler Heineman, who is indeed pitching. Luke's in a strike, and it's 1-1.
Sweet Caroline just hits a little different when you're up 14-1 versus 9-1 down.
It sure does. The 1-1 hits Duran. He gets aboard with a pitch at 51 miles an hour from Tyler Heineman, who grimaces as he's pitching for the third time in his career with this game out of hand.
Think you're going to send the trainer out? Take a look at him?
I think so. Is he good?
When's the last time you saw two position players in back-to-back days for both teams?
That's a good point. You don't see it much. Here's Roman Anthony. Takes the first pitch down for ball one at 54. And Nate Eaton, like you said, for the Red Sox, pitched yesterday, and now Tyler Heineman pitches today. Pitch is swung on and popped foul, 1-1 from the quick working Heineman. 34,927 the attendance today, belting out Sweet Caroline at Fenway Park. Red Sox rolling. The 1-1. Anthony swings. trade deadline deal since 2010. Pitch to Abreu is swung on and skied into center. Miles Straw comes in, he calls for it, and he makes the catch, and the inning's over. So the Red Sox add a run, and they lead 15-1 through 8 innings at Fenway Park. We go to the 9th inning next on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sox trying to finish this one out of 15-1 on Toronto. And top of the 9th inning starts with ball 1 from Chris Murphy, up and in on the left-hand hitting Nathan Lucas. 15 runs on 18 hits for the Sox. 1-0 from Murphy. That misses. 2-0. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan's here to help you save this summer. With lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders, the possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. 2-0. Zips outside. 3-0 from Murphy, who came on in the 8th inning and set down the Blue Jays 1-2-3. Good to see him back in the big leagues. It's kind of been an interesting piece in the Red Sox organization. 3-0 fastball misses and a 4-pitch walk to Lucas, and the leadoff man is on in the 9th inning.
Yeah, last thing you're going to do 15-1 is go out there and walk the batter on 4 pitches. Really go out there at this point, let them put the ball in play, trust your stuff.
This guy who flashed some decent numbers in 2023. If you looked under the hood, the numbers looked even better. Ernie Clement takes ball 1 up and away from Murphy. Chris Murphy has said this to Chris Smith of Mass Live back in spring training, that Murphy had felt his arm health declining over the years, so it didn't sound like he was all that surprised he eventually needed Tommy John. 1-0 was swung on and popped up on the infield toward the right side of the diamond. Second baseman Nick Sogard's over to make a 2-hand catch for out number 1 here in the top of the 9th. And so you got another arm that you toss into the mix for the Red Sox pitching staff.
Yeah, we talked about Brendan Bernardino. I mean, the amount of innings, the amount of appearances that he makes, I mean, is the reason why you call him Everyday Bernie. He needs a little bit of a breather. When he's rested, his stuff is good. But you get to see yesterday, he was gassed, right? He's been used so much. He's exhausted.
First pitch is ball 1 to Davis Schneider, who has come on at second base for Andres Jimenez. Red Sox up 15-1, top of the 9th inning with 1 away. Just a great day up and down the lineup. 1-0 was cut on and missed, 1-1. Lenny, some of your lasting thoughts from this one? I mean, Giolito was great, and then the offense needed it. You loved the approach today.
I love the approach. I mean, being able to create that line drive swing, putting yourself in hitters' counts.
1-1 is swung on. It popped up foul out of play 1 and 2.
Not chasing outside the zone. You saw them be very, very particular what pitches they're swinging at. And when they did put their A swings, they weren't that uppercut swing where they're trying to drive the ball out of the yard. Gap-to-gap shots, trying to keep everything 12 to 15 feet off the ground, past the baton mentality, just trading places around the base pass. And you can see the result.
1-2 from Murphy is down 2-2. Yeah, and it all adds up to just multi-hit games galore. 3 hits for Anthony, 2 for Toro, Narvaez, Abreu, Story, Sogard, and Rafaela. And Romy Gonzalez had a 3-hit day as well. 2-2 pitch is high and tight on Schneider in the right-hand box. Full count.
Yeah, hitting's hard. Hitting at the big league level is extremely difficult, right? But when you cut your swing down and you keep that approach, that line drive approach, and you're not getting into the 2 strike counts as often, you're just making it that much easier for yourself.
3-2 misses from Murphy, who yells, frustrated with himself for missing on a slider up. Second walk of the inning, and Schneider is on. Lucas is up to second with 1 out here in the 9th. And then the other part of this is more of the same from Lucas Giolito. It is 4 good starts in a row after what he described as that stinker here against the Angels.
Just continue to get strike 1 throughout the day. 0-2 counts galore. And from there was able to make put-away pitches. Yesterday we saw Brian Bayo get ahead, get to 0-2, but wasn't able to make that put-away pitch. Didn't have the sweeper, but today Giolito had everything working. Fastballs at the top of the zone, change-ups down, mixing in the slider to keep him honest off that change-up.
Swing and a miss there after an 0-1 from Murphy, and so it's 0-2 to Miles Straw, the 9-hitter for Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, those are the outings where I tell you what, you wish you could bottle that up. It doesn't happen often, but he was lights out today.
0-2 is fouled straight back on a heater at 95 from Murphy. 18 hits, like we said, for the Red Sox. Forcing a rubber game tomorrow, 1:35 p.m. first pitch, with Walker Buehler going for the Sox against Eric Lauer. 0-2. Swinging a tip foul right at home plate. Still 0-2 on Miles Straw. And so a chance to take 2 out of 3 from the Blue Jays, a Toronto team that is ahead of the Red Sox. Red Sox are 8 games back of the Yankees in the division. Started the day 3 games out of a playoff spot. First and second here in the 9th, and the 0-2. Straw takes down and in with a back foot curveball. Murphy comes set, waist high, and is 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Murphy fans Miles Straw. It's the second K for Murphy in his return from Tommy John, and the Red Sox are 1 out away from stamping a win. So 2 down, back to the top for Will Wagner, the son of former Red Sox reliever and the Hall of Fame inductee Billy Wagner. First pitch is a breaking ball in for a strike, left on left, and it's 0-1. Red Sox about to snap this 6-game losing streak. They'll get to 41 and 43. The 0-1. Wagner skies this one into shallow right. Sogard calls for it, and the second baseman makes the catch, and the ball game is over. The Red Sox steamroll the Blue Jays 15-1 on the strength of 18 hits and another great start from Lucas Giolito with 7 innings and just an unearned run. This was a total effort.
It was a complete 180 from yesterday's game. They turned it around. They made adjustments. Well-pitched game. The offensive approach was there. We talked about the importance of the line drive swing and get yourself in hitters' counts. They did just that. if they can continue with that mentality and that approach on the mound, at home plate, you're going to see a lot more runs scored and a lot better run prevention on the mound.
Lenny DiNardo, you, my friend, you've got to run and get to the NESN postgame set, but a pleasure as always, and better luck for the Red Sox today after last night.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure working with you, Mike. Take care.
As always, Lenny. That is Lenny DiNardo. 15-1 the final for the Red Sox. We will step aside, and when we come back, we will chat down in the Red Sox clubhouse after the Sox put up 18 hits and get another great start from Lucas Giolito. 15-1 the final. Right back to Fenway after this on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's knows how to help you save this 4th of July. Upgrade your laundry routine with the new and exclusive first-of-its-kind all-in-one vented laundry combo. Wash and dry in just 68 minutes. Save up to 40% on select major appliances. Plus, when you buy more, you save more. Shop Samsung this July 4th at Lowe's. Valid through 7/9. See Lowe's.com for details. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Selection varies by location.
We are a community of Zoomers, baby boomers, and even late bloomers. At the Community College of Rhode Island, we believe it's never too late to earn your degree. We welcome one and all to learn more about enrolling today at ccri.edu.
People always ask me, hey Livy, what fuels you? Passion? Competition? The pursuit of greatness? None of those things. Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their cooked-to-order chicken fingers always fills my tank, and the crinkle-cut fries and Texas toast are the perfect top-off for the perfect road trip. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mazda?
Once you discover the Mazda CX-5,
Mazda?
It doesn't take long to get it. With standard all-wheel drive, a premium interior, and advanced safety features, it's an SUV that gives you more at every turn. It will have you saying,
Mazda.
The Mazda CX-5. It's made to move you.
Every Mazda SUV offers you an elevated driving experience and refined performance. Discover it at Tasca Mazda Cranston.
Hey Boston, need more room? At CubeSmart, we believe in storage that puts you first. That means our team of storage experts is there for you, in person or online, to help you find the space you need. Get storage that puts you first with CubeSmart Self-Storage. Find storage in Boston and move in today.
We all want the best of both. Dessert without calories, luxury without expense, and how about security without passwords? With Okta, it's possible. We secure identity for your business, so you can safely use any technology. You can build experiences that are richer and more secure, grow revenue without running up costs, and scale easily, no matter your tech stack. Enjoying the best of both? It's possible. It's Okta. Okta, the world's identity company.
People always ask me, hey Livy, what fuels you? Passion? Competition? The pursuit of greatness? None of those things. Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their cooked-to-order chicken fingers always fills my tank, and the crinkle-cut fries and Texas toast are the perfect top-off for the perfect road trip. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
When it tastes as good as takeout and leaves you feeling like, that's Kevin's Natural Foods. Protein-packed meals, clean ingredients, shockingly delicious flavor. Get that clean eating feeling with Kevin's Natural Foods in the refrigerated aisle.
This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Mike Monaco back with you from Fenway Park to wrap things up after the Red Sox win it 15-1 over the Blue Jays. In dominant fashion, 18 hits plus a sterling performance again from Lucas Giolito, who has spun 4 straight of those. And it all adds up to the Red Sox evening up this series with Toronto at a game apiece ahead of tomorrow's now rubber game with first pitch set for 1:35 p.m. So the Red Sox 15 runs on 18 hits, 1 error. For Toronto, 1 run on 6 hits and 1 miscue as Toronto falls to 44-38 and the Red Sox improve to 41-43. Red Sox got 3 runs in the first, 3 more in the second. They got 3 in the bottom of the third, added 3 more in the sixth, got 2 in the seventh, and 1 more in the eighth, and just pounded Toronto in this one. They chased Chris Bassett from this game early on. When it looked like Bassett might have a quick bottom of the first inning, the Red Sox came to life, starting with Abraham Toro in that first inning. They end up forcing Bassett to throw 35 pitches in the first inning, and it was on from there. Bassett never really looked comfortable, and the Red Sox got to him in a major way. Great performances up and down this lineup for the Red Sox in this one. Told you about all the multi-hit efforts. Roman Anthony had the first multi-hit game of his young major league career. He goes 3 for 6, had a single in the second, and then a couple of doubles. He had one the opposite way in the 5th inning, and then a pull-side double in the 8th inning against the position player in Tyler Heineman. Romy Gonzalez had a 3-hit game as well. Romy was 3 for 5. He singled in the first. He doubled on a ball that he scorched in the 4th inning and then destroyed a 2-run home run that traveled 446 feet in the 7th inning. And then 2-hit efforts littered the lineup. Abraham Toro, Carlos Narvaez, Wilyer Abreu, who drove in 4, Trevor Story, Nick Sogard, and Ceddanne Rafaela all had 2 hits for the Red Sox in just a convincing effort. And what a welcome change. I mean, Lenny said it, just a 180 from yesterday for the Red Sox. And we know that's how baseball goes, but it still stands out in a major way after they got shut out 9-0 yesterday. It was the first time they'd been shut out at home this season. So they bounced back with the 15 runs, and Lucas Giolito set the tone. He came out top of the first inning. It was 1-2-3. It was 12 pitches. It was right through Bo Bichette, Addison Barger, and then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He was pounding the strike zone. It was about 2/3 strikes from Lucas Giolito, and the only run that was against him today was an unearned run that Toronto got in the 3rd inning on that comebacker to the mound that got Miles Straw aboard, and then Addison Barger scored him with an RBI double. But Giolito was excellent. I mean, it was 5 strikeouts. It was just the 1 walk. It was only 6 hits. And again, these mechanical adjustments that Lucas has talked so openly about have played a big, big part in changing the course of his last 4 starts. So now you look back at it, it was 6 innings, just an unearned run against the Rays, 6 shutout against Seattle. It was 6 innings, 2 earned against San Francisco last Sunday, and then 7 today here at Fenway Park against Toronto. So really good stuff, and the Red Sox will send out Walker Buehler tomorrow. He will go up against Eric Lauer. We are joined now by Lucas Giolito. We understand down in the Red Sox clubhouse. Lucas, you got us first things first?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks for doing this, man. What was working for you here today? You just heard the superlatives of your effort. You go 7 innings. Just a really convincing start again from you. How are you feeling?
Very good. It was more the same kind of attack plan that we developed over the last few weeks here, really utilizing the fastball. Narvi was fantastic, as usual, with game planning, pitch calling. I was just kind of following along. A lot of balls in play. The defense was on point, so it got me deep into the game.
Lucas, as best as you can you explain what you've meant when you talk about the angle, the tilt, and the leverage, and not being rotational? Like, what that means just to the casual fan's eye coming down the mound?
Yeah, so, I mean, there is a rotational component to throwing a baseball and pitching, but for me, if I get too rotational, my arm slot drops, and that's no good for me. I'm a tall guy. I need to use that leverage and get over the top of the baseball to backspin it and make it ride. So that's what that's the main adjustment we made. I don't know, a month ago or whatever it is now, and it's been working pretty well. So we can really utilize fastball and let everything else play off of it.
I want to ask you about a couple of particular at-bats. The first one is the changeup that you threw to finish off the 4th inning against Jimenez down in the 8th spot. You seem to have a fun reaction after that one. What'd you feel on that particular changeup?
Yeah, that at-bat, I mean, I wanted to beat him with the heater, and we probably threw like 6 or 7 fastballs in a row, and he kept fouling them off. So, you know, at that point, it's like, all right, he's on the heater enough that we can drop a changeup in. And I was just pleased with the execution of it. So, yeah, it kind of elicited a smile, I guess.
Yeah, and then the strikeout in the 7th against Barger there. You know, a couple of guys end up getting aboard. You obviously want to get through 7. What did that mean to you in that moment to finish him off with that slider?
Yeah, probably the best slider I've thrown to a lefty all year. It really felt good coming out of my hand. Yeah, there's something about kind of getting into a little bit of a hairy situation. You know, obviously the score, if I give up runs, it's not going to affect the outcome of the game. But getting into a little bit of a hairier situation there kind of just got me up a little bit. So I felt very excited about that at bat, and I was happy to execute that last pitch.
And then, Lucas, when the offense does what it does today, 15 runs on 18 hits, and I guess in particular the first inning, I mean, when they grind for 35 pitches against the opposing starter, Chris Bassett, what's it feel like for you on the mound, and just what stood out to you watching your teammates rake today?
It was incredible. The offensive approach was the best I've seen all year. Chris Bassett, I mean, he throws like 7 or 8 different pitches. He's the kind of guy that's very methodical out there. He's thinking through at bats, and you know, he likes to play to the corners and off corners, and just the way that we were approaching the at-bats against him, laying off pitches, fouling balls off, staying in very competitive at-bats and getting good results. It made me feel very comfortable. You know, getting a big lead early as a starting pitcher, you know, it just gets you into a really good frame of mind where it's like, you know, I want to go out there and really just, I mean, what I like to say is step on your throat. It's a little violent, but that's how I like to go about it.
Well, you guys certainly did that today. You with the baseball in your hand and then the bats as well. So, Lucas, congrats on another great one. So fun to watch you pitch, and thanks for stopping by.
All right, appreciate it, guys.
Lucas Giolito, 7 innings, just an unearned run, and he was really good. Like he said, 4 starts in a row now over this last month since he made that mechanical adjustment. And so cool to hear him talk about the way that he's throwing and how he thinks. And, man, he can process it at such a high level, but then also explain it to the commoners like us with what he can do with his baseball and his arsenal in his hand. And, yeah, it all starts with the fastball, but he ripped a really good changeup to Andres Jimenez. And then cool to hear him talk about that slider that finished his day 100-plus pitches in the 7th inning. Said it was probably the best one he threw to a lefty all season in Addison Barger, that stranded a couple of guys and made sure that it ended up as good as it felt really for 100-plus pitches again for Lucas Giolito today. So that will wrap things up for us. We're going to get you to Dan Ball in the studio in a moment, but we are signing off from the booth up at Fenway Park. For Zach Coe back in the studio, for Doug Lane up here, for Lenny DiNardo, I'm Mike Monaco saying so long. The Red Sox win it 15-1. They demolished Toronto, and we will talk to you tomorrow on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Yes! I love this game!
IXL is actually a learning app, but it's so fun, my kiddo calls it a game.
I'm crushing it!
Yeah, you are. He loves the challenge, I love the results. IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Lowe's knows Laundry Day could use a little more convenience. That's why we have the GE Profile Ultra Fast Washer and Dryer Combo that washes and dries a large load of laundry in about 2 hours without the hassle of transferring clothes from the washer to the dryer. Shop GE Profile this July 4th at Lowe's. Based on completing normal wash and dry cycle with Eco-Dry using a 10-pound load in about 2 hours. See associate for more details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, exclusions apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar. The better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine.
the do.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You're listening to the Nissan Post-Game Show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Well, that was a lot more fun. Welcome in, Dan Ball with you. The final score from this afternoon at Fenway Park, the Red Sox taking down the Toronto Blue Jays by a score of 15-1. After yesterday's effort for the Red Sox as they begin the 6-game homestand, fans certainly enjoyed what they saw at Fenway this afternoon. 3 runs in the first, second, third, and sixth. Another 2 in the 7th and another 1 in the 8th. The only blemish against the Red Sox and Lucas Giolito coming in the 3rd inning this afternoon. For the Red Sox, they went 5 for 18 with runners in scoring position, left 11 runners on base. They had 2 steals and 1 error, which was on Lucas Giolito on a throw. For the Blue Jays, they had 1 run on 6 hits and an error that came on Alejandro Kirk. They were 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position and left 9 runners on base. For the Red Sox, again, 15 runs on 18 hits and just the 1 error. The Red Sox have had 15 games this season scoring either 0 or 1 run. That's not great. But with today's game, that was their 11th game scoring 10 or more runs. And as you would probably expect, they are 11-0 in those games. 15 runs, the 3rd most in a game this season. The only games with more runs for the Red Sox offense. They scored 19 against Baltimore back in May, and then they had another 18 against St. Louis on Sunday Night Baseball back in April. So that's a 15-plus run effort for the Red Sox, 1 in each month of the season, excluding March. So they're certainly spreading out some of their explosive offensive performances. The Red Sox win against the Blue Jays today. They won by 14 runs, matching their season high for a single-game run differential. They also, of course, beat Baltimore 19-5 in that game on May the 23rd. It's the first such win for Boston against Toronto since July the 2nd, 2017. Another 15-1 win, but in Toronto at the Rogers Center. Here is how they did it. Now, Red Sox pitchers have a 6.51 ERA in the first inning this season. Lucas Giolito, he was able to silence Bo Bichette, Addison Barger, and Vlad Guerrero in that first inning to give the Red Sox offense a chance to breathe. And that was something Jarren Duran spoke about in the postgame after yesterday, how they were feeling tense. They weren't able to get the ball rolling and, so to speak, pass the baton as they usually do as an offense when they're rolling. That is exactly what they did today. They sent all 9 hitters to the plate in the first inning, punctuated by a 3-run home run by Wilyer Abreu, his 14th of the season. 7 more hitters would come to the plate in the second inning for the Red Sox, doubling their lead. An RBI double for Abreu, and a 2-run single from Trevor Story made it 6-0 after 2. Toronto's 1 run came in the 3rd on an Addison Barger RBI double, but Boston would respond again with another 7 hitters coming to the plate. Abraham Toro walked to force in a run, after which Carlos Narvaez drove in a run on a sacrifice fly, and then Roman Anthony would score on a throwing error by the catcher Kirk. 9-1 Boston after 3. That score would hold until the bottom of the 6th. Nick Sogard would drive in Trevor Story with an RBI base hit, and he would score moments later on a towering 2-run home run by Cedon Rafaela, his 9th of the season. The remaining runs in the game would come on a Robin Gonzalez 446-foot 2-run blast in the 7th, his 3rd of the year, and an Abraham Toro sacrifice fly in the 8th. All told, 15-1 Boston, and everybody getting in on the action. Of the 9 Boston starters in the lineup, 8 of them had multiple hits. No hits for Jarren Duran, but he did walk twice and score twice, which is really all you can ask for from your leadoff hitter. Get on base, get things happening. That's exactly what Jarren Duran did. And a hat tip to Chris Murphy, who was coming in to pitch for the Red Sox for the first time since 2023, missing last year after undergoing Tommy John surgery. For Murphy, his final line, 2 innings, no hits, with 2 walks and 2 strikeouts. So very nice to see both Giolito and Murphy getting it done, saving the bullpen, and saving the bullpen has been the name of the game for the Boston Red Sox many different times. With Rafael Devers being traded, Wilyer Abreu now leads all Red Sox hitters with 14 home runs, but this one today marks his first blast in a month. He last hit one on May the 28th at Milwaukee. So we talked about that in the preview. pregame. Abreu has seen Chris Bassett extremely well in his career. So, by the way, if you took the lock of the game in the pregame show, then hopefully you picked up a couple of bucks off of Abreu's performance. But then again, you could have bet on almost anybody in this lineup to get hits and score runs, and you would have made some money. So hopefully you did that. The winning pitcher, Lucas Giolito, he moves to 4-1 on the season, 7 innings, 6 hits, and 1 unearned run with 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. He threw 105 total pitches. Chris Bassett was the tough luck loser, 7-4 on his season now. 2 innings, 8 hits, 9 runs, 8 of them earned, 4 walks and 3 strikeouts through 70 total pitches. Time of the game, 2 hours and 51 minutes before a crowd of 34,927 at Fenway Park. The Red Sox with the win move up to 41-43, 7 back of the New York Yankees, now 2.5 back of Seattle in the wild card race, with plenty more baseball still to come today. With the Blue Jays in their loss, they fell to 44-38, 3 back of New York, still a game and a half up on Seattle. They have that second wild card spot locked down right now. As mentioned a few moments ago, Giolito and Murphy got the job done in this one, and the Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Tonight, Red Sox pitchers had 7 strikeouts, and that means another $350 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. For every double the Red Sox hit, meanwhile, the Mass Health Connector will donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Massachusetts Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. Our tally this season up to 105, 6 doubles for the Red Sox today. 2 for Roman Anthony, who finally is starting to see some of these hard hit balls drop, which has been really nice to see. Wilyer Abreu, Romy Gonzalez, Trevor Story, Nick Sogard. So the tally is up to 105. That's $5,250 being donated. Doubles for diabetes, and the Mass Health Connector getting in on that one. And for every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, the Red Sox Radio Network will donate $40 to Cars for Kids. We are making our donation. You should too. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com to donate your car today. That's Cars with a K. The Sox left the yard 3 times today. Wilyer Abreu, the 3-run home run in the first. Cedon Rafaela, a 2-run home run in the 6th. And then Romy Gonzalez, a 2-run home run in the 7th. It was a little different not hearing Will Fleming say, "Romy, my homie Gonzalez," when he hit his home run, but I'm sure the energy was still out there for Red Sox fans today. Coming up next, we will give you the out-of-town scoreboard, plus our play of the game. Again, if you're just joining us, the Red Sox beating the Toronto Blue Jays 15-1, a W at Fenway, setting up a rubber game for tomorrow afternoon. You are listening to the Nissan postgame show. Nissan is here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. We'll be back with more right after this.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 7/9 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Maximum initial battery voltage measured without a workload is 20 volts. Nominal voltage is 18.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade. Right now, I'm digging into the history of incredible infrastructure projects of the 1930s, including the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and more. The promise is in the title, History That Doesn't Suck. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With just 6 days till July 4th weekend, now's the time to make sure you're stocked on sparklers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic 4th of July celebration. Because America's Birthday Bash deserves refreshment that's like fireworks of explosive flavor.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
Cool
off and cash in. The Pepsi Bottle Lotto Sweepstakes is turning every sip into a shot at prizes. Just scan specially marked 20-ounce Pepsi Cola bottles, enter the code under the cap, and you're in the game. Instant cash and product prizes are up for grabs, with a winner every 60 seconds. And each week, someone's taking home 20 grand. Make this summer one to remember. Play now at BottleLotto.com. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BottleLotto.com. Ends 8/9/2025.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Unparalleled performance, innovative technology, premium aesthetics. TimberTech Decking at Riverhead Building Supply brings you all that and more. TimberTech endures year after year without fading, staining, or rotting. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their chicken fingers always fill my tank. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. One love.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
IXL. It gives each kid the exact support they need.
Are we talking about IXL? My kids love it, and research shows it even boosts test scores.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Schultz 0-1. Rafaela swings, launches, left field up toward the monster and gone! Two-run shot, Ceddanne Rafaela, and it is an onslaught, and the Red Sox lead it 12-1 in the sixth.
Mike Monaco on the call. Ceddanne Rafaela's 9th home run on the season. It was a 2-run home run that made it 12-1 at the time. 105 miles an hour off the bat, 27 degrees on the launch angle, and even 400 feet it traveled. And that right there was the McFarland Energy play of the game. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush at McFarlandEnergy.com. I mean, there were countless to choose from here this afternoon as the Red Sox picked up a 15-1 victory over the Toronto Blue Jays. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Nissan is here to help you save the summer. With lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders, the possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. Well, this is really the only score that's been entertaining us here in the Boston area, but plenty more scores going on in Major League Baseball today. Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. A couple of games underway right now. Top half of the 6th inning, the Pittsburgh Pirates, after a relatively significant rain delay, they are leading the New York Mets by a score of 3-2. Just underway in Houston, the Chicago Cubs, a 1-0 lead in the top half of the 1st inning over the Houston Astros. That game is on Fox, also on Fox in select markets right now. No score, bottom half of the 1st inning, Philadelphia Phillies and Atlanta Braves in Atlanta. One game upcoming later on tonight, the Washington Nationals at 34-48. They send Mike Soroka to the mound opposite the Los Angeles Angels and Kyle Hendricks. Angels coming in at 40-41. Also completed from earlier today, I should say, the Athletics finished off a 7-0 shutout victory over the New York Yankees. J.P. Sears, the former Yankee, with his 6th win of the season. Detroit doubled up Minnesota 10-5. Casey Mize, the victory, his 8th of the season, 8-2, 2.86 ERA for Mize, who is starting to find his form as a once highly touted prospect for the Tigers. Bailey Ober with the loss in that one. Texas with a hard-fought 3-2 victory in 10 innings over the Seattle Mariners. Sean Armstrong, your winner. Andres Munoz, who's had a fantastic year for Seattle, their closer, he ends up the hard luck loser. Tampa was all over Baltimore on the road earlier today, 11-3. Zach Littell the win, Zach Eflin the loss. Miami outlasted Arizona in 10 innings, 8-7. Anthony Bender the winner. Juan Murillo with the loss. San Diego on the road, a 6-4 victory over the Cincinnati Reds. Minnesota, a 5-0 shutout victory over Colorado. 7 innings of shutout ball for former Red Sox farmhand Quinn Priester. He goes to 6-2 on the season. His ERA is 3.35. Royals over the Dodgers at home with a win for Seth Lugo. 9-5 was that total. You've got the St. Louis Cardinals on the road, a 9-6 victory over the Cleveland Guardians. It was a low-scoring affair between the White Sox and San Francisco Giants, but the White Sox got it done. 1-0 with the win for Adrian Hauser, the save for Grant Taylor, his second of the season. And the last one, and the one we got to focus on here on WEEI, 15-1 win for the Red Sox over the Blue Jays. Lucas Giolito, 4-1 on the season with the win. Chris Bassett, 2 innings in this one. He drops to 7-4. Well, the rubber game is coming up tomorrow between these two teams. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual pregame show tomorrow at 12:35. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'll have you for the pregame tomorrow. Hope you'll join us here for the rubber game. Game 3 of a 6-game homestand and Game 3 of the series between the Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays. For our listeners on 93.7 WEEI Red Sox Review